All right, good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, November 17th, 2020 board meeting, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 for items listed on the agenda. We have all 7 board members present, and I will call the roll after I read the disaster declaration. So Governor Pritzker recently extended the disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. Based on the current public health concerns, the Board of President of Elmhurst Community Unit School District number 205, as head of the public body, has determined that it is neither practical nor prudent to hold an in-person public meeting on November 17th, 2020. The board president has further determined that it is not feasible for the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location due to the health concerns related to COVID-19. This board meeting will be remote and comply with the procedures set forth in Public Act 101-640. And furthermore, due to the pandemic, this meeting will be virtual. Public viewing and participation will be by electronic means only by clicking on the video button found at Board Docs through the District 205 website. So I would like to call the roll for the board. So Margaret Harrell.
She's not on yet.
Present. Present.
Karen Stufen.
Present.
Jim Collins.
Present.
Beth Hostler.
Present.
Courtney Troutman.
Present.
Chris Kaczynski.
Present.
Okay. All 7 board members are present. We have Superintendent Dr. Moyers present as well, and several cabinet members. At this time, I would like us to, I will lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
justice
for all.
Okay, now we have the best part, which is recognitions. So I believe that, actually, is it Margaret? Are you doing those who excel?
Margaret is going to lead us in the proclamation of the formal reading of the proclamation, but I do believe Dr. Moyer has a few words to say.
Okay. And I will turn it over
Yeah,
to you.
so Those Who Excel is a program of the Illinois State Board of Education, and every year they recognize people in multiple different categories. We had 6 winners this year, I believe it was 6, and that'll be outlined in Bev's comments or in the proclamation. But every year it's really a pleasure to sit back and take stock and make these nominations and really get some perspective on what a great job so many of our people do. And, you know, I've witnessed the work of almost all of the people that end up ultimately being recognized by the state, and it's a pretty thorough process to go through. So I'm very proud of all of you, and I want to thank you for everything you do for the district.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Moyer. And as Dr. Moyer stated before I read the proclamation, during these difficult times, it's excellent to have something to celebrate. And this is truly an opportunity for us to celebrate our staff and our community and all the work that is being done to make this, again, very challenging time as best as possible. The proclamation states, whereas the Illinois State Board of Education, the ISBE, annually recognizes and honors individuals who have made outstanding contributions to public and non-public elementary and secondary education in the fall of each year at the Those Who Excel Award Banquet and Program. And whereas the following District 205 staff were recognized for their effort by receiving awards of excellence and merit for the 2020 Illinois State Board of Education Those Who Excel program. Christy Amendola, community volunteer, received the District Award of Excellence. Susan Muschel, student support personnel at Bryan Middle School, received the Award of Excellence. Abby Udolphin, early career educator at Hawthorne Jackson Elementary School, received the Award of Excellence. Elmhurst CUSD 205 Technology Department, the team, received the District Award of Merit. Susan Stevenson, classroom teacher, Sandburg Middle School, received the Award of Merit, and Christine Trindell, administrator at Jackson Elementary School, received the Award of Merit. Whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to Elmhurst Community Unit District 205, to Bryan and Sandburg Middle Schools, to Jackson and Hawthorne Elementary School, and to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to these staff and community members for their outstanding accomplishments. Again, thank you to all.
Thank you all so much. It's very strange to not be able to shake your hand and see you in person. But please know we really appreciate everything that you've done and all you've accomplished for our students and our district. So thank you. All right, the next recognition is those who excel, and I believe, or sorry, a Shining Star recipient, which is going to be done by Courtney Troutman.
This Shining Star Award recipient is Katie McDonough, a Lincoln second grade teacher. She was nominated by Jen Barnaby, principal at Lincoln Elementary. From Mrs. Barnaby. Mrs. McDonough regularly goes above and beyond in her daily teaching. The following letter from a parent is but one example of Mrs. McDonough's relentless commitment to her students and their families. My youngest, Gavin, was able to have the amazing Mrs. McDonough on his side during the spring remote learning. You see, she not only hosted super fun and engaging classroom Zoom meetings with Crazy Hair Day or May the 4th Star Wars theme. I had closed a picture of a potted marigold that didn't come from the local nursery. It came in a package that was dropped off to each of the kids' houses during the time that they were learning about the plant life cycle. And in this package, Mrs. McDonough dropped off the little pot, the seeds, the dirt, and the lesson and instructions that went along with it. Gavin immediately went to work following Mrs. McDonough's detailed instructions. He had been diligent in making sure that it had enough sunlight and water every day. And 3 months later, we have a beautiful flowering marigold plant that he is so proud of. And every time I look at it, I smile, and it reminds me of the absolute gem that you have with Mrs. McDonough as one of your teachers at Lincoln. So that was from Mrs. Barnaby. On a personal note, I've known Katie McDonough since I moved here in 2010. She has been a teacher to my kids. She has been a voice of wisdom and reason, representing the teachers in our district. And most dear to me, she's been a great friend. So I am honored with a croak in my voice to present the Shining Star Award to Katie McDonough for making a positive impact on the students and staff of the district. Thank you, Katie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all of you again. And we're just really proud of all the work you've done. So thank you. Okay. All right, next up is public comment. And before I kind of read the formal piece, I just wanted to give a little bit of background. Last spring, the board transitioned to allowing our community members to submit their comments electronically to adapt to the necessary health restrictions that the pandemic had thrust upon us. The board has considered the use of electronic comments versus bringing back in-person comments by community members to have the community speak in person during an open session of the board meeting. Logistically, the number of public comments we would be able to facilitate would be significantly lower than the number of comments that were able to be read by the board during the meetings. This has weighed heavily in decision making. However, as is our commitment to bringing back our students into the classrooms of our buildings, the board is committed to bringing back our community into board meetings. As we continuously adapt to the ever-changing situation, we will continue to balance the voice, health, and safety of our district and community. And with the understanding that our current world changes week to week, we will communicate prior to the next regularly scheduled board meeting the process for public comment. So tonight's public comment, since we are all virtual, is as we have been doing, which is submissions electronically for up to an hour. Submissions received before 7 o'clock on the day of the meeting will be read aloud or summarized after stating the name of the author. Comments received before 7, which are not read aloud or summarized, and those received after 7 will be reviewed and read by board members. All submissions received will be made available publicly on the district's website. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Troutman, who will read the public comments for up to an hour, and then we will move on in our regular business.
Thank you, Mrs. Caforio. The first comment is from Maggie Astor. Thank you to the board and to the superintendent for making the difficult decision to stay remote during this time of substantial transmission in Elmhurst. Many other districts are following suit and are going remote. Credit should be given to all 205 for being being open for hybrid during the time that we were. Many districts never went to hybrid at all. We can sacrifice in-person learning now, knowing that a safe vaccine is coming. Health and safety are paramount. Thank you to the incredible teachers who have made remote learning as good as it can be. Stay strong, board members, you're doing the right thing. The next comment is from Elizabeth Thompson. To the board, Dr. Moyer and the ETC, the parents of D205 deserve answers. Why have the new metrics to open D205 that were mentioned never been shared? There is growing evidence that school reopening can be done safely to prioritize our children. European countries have prioritized schools and they are not having outbreaks. Our local private schools are doing the same without outbreaks within the schools. Why is D205 not doing the same? What are the barriers? We opened successfully without school spread. What else is needed by the teachers and ETC to feel safe in schools? Our children are struggling. They are disengaging. They are falling behind. We need to figure this out. Remote learning may work for some, but what about the rest of the children this district serves? I thank our teachers in this district for their work with our kids, but I challenge the board and the ETC to do better. Families deserve the option for in-person learning, which is necessary for many students to learn, especially students with IEPs and our youngest learners. Next comment, Melissa Stevens. My sister is a nurse. When I hear the unimaginable stories she shares with me about what she's going through in the past 7 to 8 months, it is more and more clear that we as a community have to do whatever we can to help. How can we help? By sending fewer people to hospitals. The only way to ensure that this is not to gather. Unfortunately, that includes schools. We can sacrifice in-person instruction for a couple of months so that they can return safely to their families at night. We've been framing this wrong the entire time. We need to pull together as a community to build up remote learning through volunteer virtual tutoring opportunities, virtual mentoring, and more. My family is willing to learn in proper fractions from a distance so that we're not contributing to the anguish our frontline workers experience every day. We're choosing positivity and ingenuity over school district shaming. We've got this, Elmhurst. Next comment, Kate Prosse. Board of Education members, in proposing the saliva test, why would K-5 be left out of the testing? Siblings, neighbors, cousins, etc. in K-5 should have the same options as the saliva test in 612. There have been multiple cases of teacher staff with COVID in our K-5 buildings. All need to have access to this market test. LaGrange schools are K-6, so why follow their lead and then not test our elementary buildings? Why not give all of our students the same opportunity to get back in school with some extra precautions? Thank you. Next comment, interested community member. Thank you to the superintendent and board of ed for taking into account the safety of all members of the D205 family. The staff members, as well as of the students, have been well served by this pause in in-person learning during this time of substantial transmission. While state and local government agencies advise us to stay home as much as possible, it only makes common sense to continue to work with remote learning until the rate of transmission drops. Our hospitals are being overtaxed, and it serves no one in the community to risk putting students and staff at risk by bringing them back into the schools. The community appreciates you thinking of health and safety first, even though there is a vocal minority for whom the COVID virus is not taken seriously. Remote learning is not ideal, but either is an avoidable hospital stay due to COVID-19. Please continue to value our community's health over the voices of those who think this virus is an overblown political hoax. Thank you. Next comment, Meredith Vogel. I believe the board has taken something very important away from our community. As a taxpayer in this town, I believe we should have the right to public comment during your meetings. There are many ways to do public comment safely. Open a sign-up sheet in advance. If you meet in person, institute a one-in, one-out process to reduce the number of people coming into the meeting. If you're doing it virtual, set up links and sign up so the public can be heard. Many school districts, as well as our own city council, still allow public comment. Please reconsider this important right for our community. It's not fair our voice can't be heard in a live format. There are many ways you can do it safely. It feels like the board and administration are not willing to listen to the community's concerns when this right has been taken away. Please reconsider reinstating public comments. Next comment, Amanda Mitchell. Good evening. I would first like to thank you all for all that you are doing during this unprecedented time. I would like to specifically comment on the superintendent's COVID-19 memo. I believe that this is a pivotal time to support both students and staff and to show both that you're taking into consideration their educational well-being as well as their health. In the COVID memo, Superintendent Moyer requests approval for special needs students to return to school as early as Thursday, November 19th. Superintendent Moyer then specifically states, I've been in contact with the largest infectious disease consulting consortium in the country, and they have had some initial conversations with the new District 205 proposed metrics. I expect to know more on November 19th or 20th. He also states, since shifting to remote learning on October 21st, 2020, the level of positivity for the district has increased by approximately 110%, and the number of new cases per day for the district has increased by approximately 152%. Indeed, there is still a significant risk, and it continues to apply for our students with the most significant disabilities. These metrics do not align themselves with a safe return to school for the most vulnerable students or staff. I see there are several additional safety measures listed in the memo, but I do not believe measures like bus riding with the windows down is a feasible safety measure when the average temperature in the morning is less than 35 degrees. Since Superintendent Moyer states he will not have more information from the Infectious Disease Consortium until at least November 19th or 20th, I believe it is premature request to send students and staff back to school this week. I urge you to listen to the metrics, wait for additional information from the experts, review the safety measures thoroughly, and to take into consideration that the students will have more consistent teaching and support if teachers and staff are healthy and not put at risk during a substantial community transition period. Next comment, Emily Bastido. To Dr. Moyer, school board members, and all administrators meeting tonight, I want to use a minute of public comments to say this. Thank you. You worked all summer on a plan to get our kids back in school. You continue to work around the clock to do what's best for our kids. We know you believe that having kids in school is what is best, and you continue to balance that with ever-changing, evolving information you receive from experts in the relevant fields. The community recognizes the enormous task that all of you have undertaken. This is all unprecedented. And when you signed up to serve our community as administrators and board members, you couldn't have foreseen the current situation. And we see you rising to the occasion, keeping your commitment to our community. And as parents, it isn't always easy to know what's best for our kids. You have the task of making decisions that are best for 8,000 kids. I am fortunate enough to know you all, and I'm so thankful you are the ones making these important decisions. So once again, from the sidelines, I want to say, we see you and we thank you. Next comment, Christine Bischoff. I want to recognize and thank the board and superintendent for their hard work during this pandemic. You have been asked to answer questions for which no one has the answers. And as an emergency physician, I have been caring for COVID-19 patients since the beginning of the pandemic, and I will tell you, I am truly frightened by what I have seen, both in the hospital and outside. As numbers are surging, beds are filling up, and I'm seeing those patients both with and without the virus suffer due to hospital staff not having the resources to take care of everyone like we normally would. I see people outside the hospital flagrantly ignoring public health recommendations to use masks, to avoid dining indoors, to avoid planning social get-togethers, and to stay home when not feeling well. Everyone thinks it won't happen to them until it does. As for the question of having children in school, for full disclosure, I've kept my children home. I felt it was important for our kids to have a routine and not be pulled in and out of the classroom depending on community spread. I also felt the hybrid model offered little benefit and far more risk, considering how many people the children need to come in contact with if they need a nanny, babysitter, daycare, or some other arrangement for days when they are not physically in the classroom. That is not the way to keep a family bubble small. At the beginning of the school year, we agreed to follow certain guidelines as proposed by the Illinois and DuPage County Health Departments. Those metrics were chosen by public health experts for a reason, and they should not be thrown out just because they have become inconvenient or tiresome. Those numbers were chosen because that is the point at which school safety protocols would not be able to adequately prevent spread among staff and student. Those complaining that the Elmhurst numbers are so much better than those in the rest of DuPage, look again. Elmhurst is not immune to this virus. Our 7-day positivity as of 11/16 was 11.88%, and we are at 535.9 cases per 100,000. That's about 30 cases a day for the last week. We need to work together as a community to keep local spread low and to protect everyone. We have no idea what the long-term consequences of COVID-19 are, but we are already seeing people suffering with debilitating symptoms months after being infected. Follow your doctors and public health experts' recommendations. Wear your masks and don't gather with people outside of your immediate household. If we make these things a priority, then we can get the kids back in school. Thank you for your time and for supporting your frontline healthcare professionals. Next comment, Meredith Vogel. Public comment is an important mechanism for the community to express their issues and concerns. First, your website pages do not include ability to provide public comment through the Google Docs in an easy way. It's embedded in the board agenda, which is hard to find. I ask you change your communication main page to indicate the community has the ability to provide comment via your Google form process. You make no mention this process is available. You only have included the Board of Education email as an option. I find that when I send emails to the Board of Education email box, I do not always receive a response. It would be helpful for someone to respond to our issues and concerns. Second, I believe the board needs to consider bringing back live public comment. There are many ways to do this safely through signups, first in, first out method for in-person, or the ability to engage live through the virtual meetings. While I'm sure the board welcomes comments, it doesn't appear that the board is willing to listen to issues and concerns when public comment has been taken away. I strongly recommend you reinstate live public comment. Many school districts and our own city council continue to allow public comment. Next comment, Meredith Vogel. I believe the district needs to consider the middle school schedule in a remote setting. The students go from 8:30 to 1:30 straight without any breaks for snacks or lunch. I also have an IEP student who requires additional time for tests, office hours, and checkouts each day. Just today, he was asked to attend office hours that began right at 1:30 to finish a test. As soon as he's done with the math test, he will need to go straight to the research teacher for extra ELA help and his checkout. The schedule is not sustainable, and I do not think it is healthy to keep children in front of a screen for what will be probably 6.5 hours today without a break. While I do not agree with a remote learning setting and urge you to bring our children back to school as soon as possible, I believe you need to consider modifying the schedule to allow for students with some lunch break to refocus, reset, and take a screen break if remote learning is going to continue. This is doing more harm than good. Please modify the schedule to allow for some breaks. Children need a lunch break to succeed. Next comment, Mike Ebner. I would like to know when the board is going to show any urgency and take action to open the schools, do what is best for the education and development of students, and represent the will of the community rather than allow the superintendent and union leadership to keep the schools closed and reduce curriculum based on scare tactics and false metrics. The board should be meeting weekly to urgently find solutions to open the schools and provide transparency to the community about what decisions are being made, by whom, and for what reasons. Importantly, the board needs to have public meetings to review any proposed changes to Open D205 plan and approve or disapprove them on record before they are implemented by the superintendent. Not waiting to review a week or two after the decisions have already been made unilaterally by the superintendent. The board's July 14th resolution requires the board to approve or disapprove all changes to the plan, which means doing so on record via resolution in a meeting. Asking a handful of questions a week after the fact does not satisfy that requirement. The board's failure to take this action is a direct violation of its own resolution and fails to provide any accountability for the board. Science has proven there is no transmission at schools with safety precautions in place, which we already have. The false narrative that the virus spreads in schools is simply a convenient excuse to keep schools closed. If some parents opt to be remote only, that is fine, but parents need to be given the choice to have their children receive in-person instruction, which is critical for education, social, and emotional development. Private schools in Elmhurst have been in person every day since August without issue, and 85% of D205 parents indicated that they want in-person instruction. So the only possible explanation for D205 continuing to remain remote is, one, the board is choosing to ignore basic science and the will of the community, or two, union leadership is demanding it and the superintendent is going along with them without any accountability to the community and, more importantly, students. If the former, the board needs to take accountability and directly explain this decision to the community. If the latter, what is the union's position? What are they demanding? And why do we need to what do we need to do to get the schools open? No one knows because the superintendent is negotiating with them behind closed doors. The board is doing nothing and the public has no transparency into the process. The board needs to explain to the community the process around this issue. Why is the board not actively stepping in to negotiate with union leadership to find ways to solve this crisis if the superintendent is unwilling or unable to? This district has so many great teachers, and all of those we talk to want to be in school, but union leadership is telling them to stay home and be quiet. There are now reports that union leadership has indicated that it will not agree to a return to full in-person learning until there are 0 cases. Is that true? If so, the community needs to be aware of the demand so parents who want their children to receive an education can move elsewhere or make arrangements for private schools. Last week, Board President of Hinsdale 86 announced schools would continue in person through the end of the semester. That's correct. The board took action and also communicated directly to the community. Why is the board capable of this, but ours is not? And why is it safe and achievable for Hinsdale to have in-person learning, but Elmhurst cannot? Clearly a difference in leadership. Theirs is strong, ours is satisfied, being the low common denominator. I'm sure the board will now conveniently say the government is closing all schools anyway due to a rise in cases, so it doesn't matter. But that simply ignores the fact that we have now wasted 3+ months when our children should have been educated in person. This is educational and developmental time our children will never get back. This is truly sickening. Who is being held accountable for this failure? Who is going to urgently work to find solutions going forward rather than doing nothing? Does the district have a plan in place to fully reopen the schools and return to full curriculum once a vaccine is available? Or will they do nothing and allow union leadership to continue to keep schools closed? Is that plan ready to go? Our children will waste another 3 months. Hold on one second. Waste another 3 months while the district figures out how to implement. Students, parents, and taxpayers of Elmhurst deserve so much better than this. Next comment, Lindsay Burrell. My special needs 4-year-old is learning nothing from an iPad. She needs to have in-person learning to experience things she can at home. She's also not receiving her full IEP minutes for therapies and is falling behind even more developmentally. She needs to be in school. I also have a 1st grader who's falling more and more behind. He only learns effectively in school with a live teacher. He's not learning how to read at the level he should, and he's way behind in writing. My other child is in 4th grade and not getting the social interaction she needs at this age. Please let them go back to school. Next comment, Jennifer Nelson. I understand the reasons for a pause in in-person learning at this current time. I still do not understand why school was called off several weeks ago, but I know you are reevaluating your criteria for that. Thank you. There is a learning curve for all of us. I have 3 urgencies that come to mind during this remote learning period. 1, please continue to work diligently with parents and primary teachers to develop a better hybrid plan for when we are ready to resume in-person learning. Our young students need to see their teachers every day for their core curriculum. We are failing our students and teachers with a current plan. Nobody is reaching their true learning and teaching potential. 2, please survey our teachers. They are experts, and I trust that most of them still have the best interests of the students in mind. Perhaps they can even build in some flexible one-on-one delivery models after 1 to 15 every day, Zoom or in person when allowable. 3, please be as transparent as possible with our community. I know there's so much at work behind the scenes of this complicated learning environment. Please keep us informed, especially as we start to consider our options for next school year. We cannot continue to live our lives 2 weeks at a time waiting for ideal data. Next comment, Kathleen Curley. Good evening, and thank you for your continued support of high quality education in District 205. I believe that closing schools was the right move for this time, and I commend you for making this difficult decision. My hope is to opt for in-person for my child in the spring, but I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that unless there was a way to know case numbers at her individual school. I know there are other parents feeling the same way. While it's helpful to see district numbers as a whole, I hope you are looking into breaking down numbers of cases in quarantine by school. This is the only way I would opt for my child to return to in-person once numbers look safer for our area. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment, Christine O'Connell. My son has special needs and attends York High School's functional skills program. Not being able to be in-person learning has had an extreme impact on his mental health as well as regression in physical health. I'm calling on the board to please take into consideration that e-learning is simply not the education our kids are entitled to. Please reopen safely and allow our kids to get the in-person learning they are entitled to. Thank you. Next comment, teacher. The district administrators and the board agreed that during substantial community transmission, remote learning would be the only safe option. Now here we are with data markedly worse than when we went into remote learning on October 21st, discussing bringing in students. During substantial transmission, N95 masks, not KN95 masks, need to be available to teachers. These are not reusable. Is the district prepared to provide these ASAP and in large numbers? Will these students, since it is a smaller group of students, be tested regularly? Will their families pledge to not attend dance lessons, sports tournaments, or out-of-state vacation homes? Will they pledge to not gather for holidays? I think we know there's no reasonable way to ensure this. Nearby districts have suggested January 19th as a safe return to hybrid. Why are we not protecting our most vulnerable students and our staff from exposure and choosing to bring them in public buildings during a global health crisis? I feel for all parents and students who are struggling. I pray for them every day, but we are within months of a vaccine and life is too precious to gamble on a hasty return. Next comment, anonymous. I find it unbelievable that the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and the board would even consider bringing students or staff back with COVID cases that are currently skyrocketing. The recent numbers are unlike any we have seen through this entire pandemic and getting worse every day. I understand that virtual learning is not ideal for students of any age, but it is not safe to send students or staff back to school right now. Tier 3 mitigation is currently in effect statewide, and you want to send back special education students and teachers. Please, I beg you not to make this mistake. I would hate for any student or staff of D205 to become ill or worse because of the decision to send them back into buildings this week. Next comment, Jake Schweiss. The parents wanting their kids to go back to school should be ashamed of themselves. It is a very self-centered stance. It is shameful 2 months ago, and it is only worse now that with the cases rising rapidly. Hospitals are filling up, and we are barely into the winter where the virus is expected to spread all season. I hope the board votes with a greater concern for safety than inconvenience. Next comment, Laura McGillett. Good evening. My name is Laura McGillett, and I'm a D205 teacher. I'm writing to address the board regarding the plan being presented tonight to return students with disabilities to campus beginning Thursday. Last week, I was tested for COVID. I got very sick with chills, body aches, and a high fever. I was fortunate to test negative. The entire experience was extremely upsetting to me and very scary, as you can imagine, particularly because I have an underlying medical condition identified by the CDC as placing me at an increased risk for severe illness from the virus that causes COVID-19. I have worked in person the entire course of the school year when we were hybrid and transmission was considered moderate. The positivity rate has doubled and even tripled in the last few weeks. The DuPage Health Department has identified the risk of transmission to be substantial. Elmhurst should be adhering to the DuPage metric system and not being attempted to determine another set of metrics to use. Elmhurst is not a self-contained separate town within DuPage. I am very concerned about the risk to our students, staff, and their families should we return students to school on Thursday. In the past weeks, I have seen the students of our schools out in the community in large groups, not adhering to social distancing or wearing masks. A week and a half ago, I saw 16 middle school boys on York's front lawn, all huddled together with their footballs in hand and no masks. This is not an isolated occurrence. When I see the students I work with not adhering to safety guidelines such as 6-foot social distancing and wearing masks, it caused me to be very concerned. I'm concerned that those students may be putting themselves at risk of becoming ill or that they may become infected with the virus and not show symptoms. I'm concerned about the community spread of the virus on our students, employees, and their families. The district will present its position to you this evening to open schools for our special ed students. I imagine that the board will vote to open the schools to those students based on the recommendation of the district administration. If they do, I will be at work on Thursday, but I wanted you to know that I am personally scared, so scared that I will become ill from this disease. I'm afraid of the consequence if it would have on my long-term health given my underlying condition. Many of my colleagues are scared as well. I am a person. My health and safety matter to me and my family. Please make sure to consider everyone's safety in your decision tonight. Thank you for your time. Next comment, Greg Lind. Number 1, when full-time in-person teaching began, if not before the end of year, when and what amount is the tax levy going to be reduced? Not going to continue paying for a streaming service. Nowhere does it allow for remote learning. Teachers can file FMLA, FFRCA allows for in-home, but at a reduced pay. And ADA says reasonable accommodations if it does not produce hardship. The vision is in your hand, full-time, in-person, or reduced tax revenue. Make a decision. Next comment, Becca Harpster. I'm an active parent in the school community, having served on the Jefferson PTA board for 4 years, including 1 year as president. I've created toilet paper toss videos for my graduating 5th grader, virtual Halloween parade videos at Jefferson, and I'm co-chair of a committee to do a virtual Thanksgiving feast for the Jefferson community tomorrow. My point being, even in a COVID world where very little has been allowed, I'm a doer. I will do whatever is in my power to enhance the school experience for my kids. I know that many of you on the board are like me. I've sat in meetings with many of you over the years, and I voted for many of you. What frustrates me as a doer is that it seems like any activity to try to open schools is futile. I truly would like to know how our district plans to not just survive, but thrive in a world with COVID. What we do as a community to get our hands and teachers back into school safely. Do we need air purifiers for every classroom, temperature stations, hand washing or sanitizing stations, and N95 masks for teachers and staff? Do we need a sub fair where eligible candidates can come submit their transcript, answer interview questions, and get fingerprinted? Please, the community is ready and willing to help. What do we need to do to reopen 205? Please be transparent and share what exactly needs to be happening and what the plan is to make it work in a world with COVID, and let me know what I can do to help. Next comment, Lou Whitmer. It has become concerning throughout the finger pointing between the ETC and the administration. The needs of the children have fallen by the wayside. Although the ongoing superficial theme to this dispute is painted on as serving the needs of the kids, I cannot help but wonder if the needs of the kids are of the utmost concern, why are parents' interests being sidelined? Regardless of the opinions of some, parents have the most interest in the well-being of their children. If parents are willing to send their children to school based on their individual determination, the risk factors that apply to their specific situation, the district is obliged to respect that decision. Clearly, the district, the administration, and teachers have taken a position of telling parents what is in the best interest of their families. Sadly, these entities purporting to have the best interest of the children in mind have lost valuable education time during this dispute by keeping children out of school when the metrics were amenable to sustainable mitigation efforts. As a Chicago public school alum, I have suffered through more teacher strikes than I care to admit or remember. Although e-learning was not an option, strike packets were the e-learning of that time. I can personally attest to the detrimental effects of not being in school, to include regression in academic benchmarks, spending days unsupervised, and having no academic guidance as teachers were constantly embroiled in a contentious relationship with the administration. These strikes were always framed as being in the best interest of the kids through giving teachers higher wages, better benefits, and improved working environments, when ironically, the best thing for me was to be in school. The current climate of the ETC, constantly demanding more remote learning and refusing to go into work, reminds me of those CPS days of sitting home during strikes in my own best interest. I hold the ETC, the district, and the administration fully at fault for not having reached a workable plan and agreement upon which the ETC is granted the specific health accommodations for specific members and a long-term solution to get the kids back in the classroom where they can thrive. E-learning is not sustainable and is not a long-term solution. Next comment is Raymond Thomas. I agree that it is important that children return to school. It is important for their education and mental health. However, now is not the time. With COVID numbers increasing and hospitalizations soaring, we still need to be responsible in protecting our community. Yes, kids do get this. Don't be naive. Also, with the holidays approaching, people will still be meeting with families and traveling, even if advised not to. Returning to school before January 6th can prove to be deadly. Please consider health and safety when making your decision tonight. Next comment, Melissa Whitmer. Whose medical opinion are we listening to as it pertains to getting back in-person school school safely? Are you listening to the small vocal group of COVID expert teachers who feel it is unsafe and threatening with job actions, or saying that they refuse to return to school? The burden of proof lies on these small vocal teachers who continue to say they feel unsafe. Parents and students should be given a choice. The choice should not be forced upon us out of fear. We need solutions and options. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment, the quiet majority. Thank you to the school board administration for their tireless effort on navigating these unprecedented times for our community youth. Your continued trailblazing efforts to return our students to school is commendable, and this community should take a breath and thank each of you for all your efforts. D205 was the first district to return to hybrid, which was a resounding success, but was unfortunately one of the first districts to return to remote learning upon reaching the metrics set forth in the initial Open 205 plan. It is understandable that there is now additional review of these metrics now that D205 has had experience of the hybrid model and understanding the risks involved. The board and administration should continue to evolve and adjust and do their best with the information at hand. However, the continued armchair quarterbacking by the entitled parents in this community is becoming exhausting and beyond reproach. For those paying attention since this summer, it is obvious that the board and administration is committed to returning the students to the classroom, but don't have the luxury of flipping a switch when dealing with the staffing issues, a combative leader of the teachers union, and numerous liability issues, which seems to be lost on those who take social media noise for facts and have not yet put their names in the running for the next school board election. To the board and administration, we say, stay the course. Make adjustments as needed, keep communicating to the community, and keep students' well-being as your priority. To the visceral, loud, obnoxious voices on both sides, we say, take a breath and show some grace. Get off social media and reach out and ask what you can do to help. Your whining temper tantrums set a sorry example for your kids and may cause permanent damage to the fabric of this community. Next comment, Carrie Martin. I have 3 children in D205 in 1st, 3rd, and 7th grade. I'm seeing each of them struggle in different ways, 100% remote. I'm seeing signs of burnt out and fatigue, tears of frustration, scribbling on assignments, and loss of excitement to learn and go to school. I ask that you please work together to create a plan to get the students who want and need to be in person back in the classroom. Given the approaches, willingness, and success in other districts, states, and countries, and their ability to keep schools open safely, I'm confident there's a way, and I'm disappointed that we have seemed to make no progress towards returning to in-person school. We need to prioritize our children's education. Fario, those are all of the public comments.
Thank you. Okay, next is approval of board meeting minutes. First is the approval of regular board meeting minutes from the October 27th, 2020 meeting. Are there any changes to those minutes to be noted by board members? Okay, if not, then those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes for the October 27th, 2020 meeting. Those stand as presented. All right, so before we begin our reports and presentations section, which is going to be discussing COVID-19 and the challenges, I'm going to read. We've been quiet the last couple weeks between meetings, and doesn't mean that we haven't heard our community. And so I'd like to respond tonight. It is November, 8 months since the shutdown. And while each of us has had our unique experiences during this time, there is one commonality. We have all lost something or someone. We, as fellow community members and parents, understand the demands of working, parenting, and trying to support the education of our children during this pandemic. Just like you, we too are holding our children when they cry from the disappointments and frustrations that this worldwide pandemic has delivered. And we share the health concerns and challenges our current reality has created. As a community, no matter what we have personally lost, we have collectively lost many of the long-held traditions, normalcy, camaraderie, and experiences that our public schools have been providing for decades. It is a loss we all share deeply, and it is a loss worthy of grieving. These past 8 months have challenged us as a community and definitely as a Board of Education. As a board, it is our responsibility to oversee the education of our 8,500 students. This pandemic has added the immense weight of the physical and mental health and safety of our 8,500 students and our 1,500 staff members. Each one of those 10,000 people need to be physically protected to the best of our capabilities, mentally supported to the best of our abilities, and provided with the resources to continue the high quality of education we expect even during a global pandemic. In March, we moved the entirety of our public school operations to a remote setting within 2 weeks, and 10,000 students and staff began teaching and learning remotely. In April, by the governor's order, the school year was set to end with remote operations and no in-person celebrations or goodbyes. In May, the school year ended with non-traditional celebrations, and we had to recognize that the road ahead was going to be much longer than originally anticipated. In June, the work of replanning the 2020-2021 school year was in full swing while still awaiting guidelines and restrictions from the Illinois State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health. In July, the Board of Education reviewed and unanimously approved the Open D205 plan, which placed a priority on in-person instruction and a framework with a commitment for moving in and out of the 3 possible modes of instruction throughout the school year: full in-person, hybrid, and remote, depending on defined health and safety metrics. An Open D205 webpage was launched as well to include all information, FAQs, and updates based on additional guidance. In August, our teachers completed intensive professional development as they work to shift our traditional instructional models to now include both remote and in-person teaching and learning. And our students began their school year remotely. In September, District 205 began bringing small groups of students into our school buildings. This helped ensure safety protocols were effective and allowed students and staff to adjust to the new look of school. And the D205 COVID dashboard was launched. In October, District 205 welcomed the final groups of students into our buildings, and we remain incredibly proud of the teachers and administrators who stepped up to meet the challenges and provide our students with an opportunity to learn in our classrooms. We are now in the midst of a local and statewide surge in COVID-19 cases that is much higher than when we returned students to the buildings in September. And in accordance with our metrics-driven approach outlined in the Open D205 plan and discussed in prior board meetings, we have paused our hybrid model and returned to a full remote schedule. To our students, it is important that you know in this moment that the anger and frustration that you are seeing played out in our community is because you are cared about so very much. We all want the best for you and are absolutely heartbroken that you are sacrificing so much. There is light at the end of this tunnel, so hang on. And in the meantime, try to work hard and share some kindness. To our community, we want you to know that we are listening. We have read and considered the hundreds and hundreds of messages and comments you have sent us. We care deeply for your children. Our administrators care deeply. Our teachers care deeply. We are united in the grief you have expressed, and we share your anger that it should not have to be this way. And we are as frustrated as you are with the uncertainty of the future. So while varying opinions abound, our commitment remains steadfast to provide the best possible education to our students always, but especially during a pandemic while supporting the physical and mental health of our students and staff and our community. Every 2 weeks, and sometimes in between, the board and administration spend time reading and listening to the comments from our community, followed by hours of discussion around the challenges upon us. Tonight, we will continue this work. This community is like no other, and it will be our collective care and strength that will get us through this time of crisis. And with that, I will turn it over to the administration to begin our discussion regarding COVID. Thanks.
All right, thank you. We have a presentation that's a COVID update, and it's fairly extensive. It covers a lot of different aspects of this. We're going to start out with the idea of the metrics that we are using, and also then proposing for you to approve some revisions that include some local considerations that could give us some flexibility in returning to a hybrid model under different circumstances. And we'll get into that a little bit more deeply through as we progress. RJ, if you could put up the PowerPoint draft revised metrics. So just want to start out by stating that this afternoon, I'm not sure how many people are aware of this. I assume most people are. The governor has placed the entire state into Tier 3 mitigation, which includes even tighter restrictions. And on the heels of that, we just recently got an official communication from the IHSA that they are putting a pause on winter sports until after the holidays. We'll include information on that in tomorrow's communication. But if you go to the dashboard, if you go to the next slide are the existing metrics from the, RJ, are you with me there? I don't know how that's projecting or not, but the second slide is, there we go. The second slide are the existing, that's the chart with the existing metrics from the DuPage County Health Department. And that is what we said in an August 31st communication to the community that we would be following in terms of making decisions about what mode of learning we would be in. And at the time when we communicated our open D205, and Kara referred to this, we indicated that there was a likelihood that we would have to have the agility to pivot and move back and forth among the different modalities depending on the circumstances. And we were very happy to get our schools open and very sad to return to remote. But we were following the criteria that we had set forth and communicated. We have had many people suggest that we should consider local considerations into our thinking. And what we're going to show you in a little bit does that. But before we do that, I want to, if you could go to the next slide, please. The DuPage County metrics, this is just a visual of where we've been over the course of the last, well, since July. But if you see the spike since October 1st, it's relatively pronounced. And RJ, if you could just switch over to the dashboard now, please. I just want to remind everybody that we have a COVID dashboard. We update it shortly after 3 p.m. on Mondays after the DuPage County Health Department updates its metrics. And we include in there some of the regional, local, and district metrics. And I'll run a couple numbers past you from that dashboard.
I'm almost there, Dave. Give me one second.
Okay, nope, that's okay. I understand. I just want a visual so that people that haven't seen it can see how it's laid out and know that it exists, et cetera. But I'll just give you a couple highlights of some of the most recent information that we have. So, so when you go to our COVID site, you just click on the thing that says COVID dashboard, and this is what comes up. So if you scroll down a little bit, those are some of the graphs. Those are some of the data sets that we have on our quarantines, on our infections, et cetera. And if you go down a little bit lower, you'll see that we put the county metrics up. I think you gotta actually scroll next to the graphic. There you go. So that's the chart that we just had up, and then you see some of the numbers. So we're at 12.8% positivity rate. That's up from, this is up from last week's report when it stood at 10.6%. So that's a 20.8% increase in a week. The cases, 429 per 100,000. That's up from 312 or 37.5%. The youth cases, 772, which is up from 455 or up 69.7%. Statewide, we are up. Our hospital beds utilization is up 400, higher than any time last spring, and has risen 70% over the course of the last 2 weeks. So you can see that there are some concerning trends there. When we go to the local numbers, there are some, we refer you to the Northwestern COVID dashboard, and that's where we get these local numbers. And so RJ, if you can get out of the dashboard and go back to the PowerPoint, I'll continue with some local information. The is that where we want to be? Are you too far? Oh, there we go. All right. So so the local metric pieces, so just stay put for a second there. So local metrics pieces. So the DuPage County Health Department does give us some ability based on the language that it uses to take its framework, but to also think about some local considerations. And the language in their guidance provides for that. So when we talked about taking a look at some revised metrics, what we did is we started with the idea that we would follow the DuPage County Health Department guidelines for schools. And if we go into substantial risk, we would go to remote. Unless our estimated positivity rates for District 205 enrollment zip codes. And what we do is we go to that Northwestern dashboard, we take all the zip codes that come into the district and we weight them by percentage of the communities, and we come up with an estimated number. And if that number is below 8%, or if the cases are below 100 per 100,000, then we would use that number to suggest that we could be in hybrid as opposed to remote. If it's not, assuming that we were to see some positive trend lines going in the right direction, that we would be just above one of the thresholds, but we would be at a point where we had some testing and felt comfortable that we were managing our operations in our buildings and those types of things that you'll see when we look at the local metrics. We might still make a decision to deviate, or we might also keep the district open, but take a look at those local metrics and decide that we have an issue in a particular building that needs to be addressed, and that building may need to close. And we might be able to be a little bit more flexible and a little bit more surgical in how we make some decisions. As it stands right now, if you go to the next chart, next slide, Kevin keeps this and updates this every day. And these are the local numbers that the local estimated numbers that I was referring to. And we actually updated this since the board packet to today's numbers. So if you take a look at District 205 numbers, the positivity rate today is 12.96%, which is down from 14.27% a week ago, but also running slightly higher than the county's most latest report. So relatively similar to where the county is at in that regard. The cases per 100,000 in our district enrollment numbers are at 588 per 100,000, which are up from 488 per 100,000 a week ago, and are actually higher than the county. But those are the local numbers that we're using. And if you go to the next slide, then what you will see are the additional factors that we will take into account to further provide information that gives us even more refined numbers than the actual local positivity and case rates. And these local factors are based directly on language in the DuPage County guidance for schools. And so these are the various different things that we're proposing that we also take into account to inform our decisions. And you see there, it takes a look at positive student and staff tests, outbreaks and transmissions directly linked to schools, student and staff absences, our ability to contact trace. And then when we're looking at mitigation and we're thinking about group sizes, what are the size of the instructional groups and also the needs of the students. And then the last two that you see on there have to do with if we were to get testing, and then also if the health department has put us in a warning designation. So if you follow along, we'll just show you where we're at to the best of our ability. We may refine how we tabulate or report these things, but we wanted to come up with something for the purposes of tonight. So we'll give you an idea where we're at. So The next slide, that talks about positive student and staff COVID tests. So student positives went from 3 on October 19th to 13 on November 9th. Staff positives went from 3 to 10 during that same period. And as you see there, that's a pretty significant increase over the course of the last 3 to 4 weeks. And that includes some time that we actually weren't physically in school. So we do have the, we do still have people reporting to us if they test positive. The next one, the outbreaks and linked transmissions. This points out the fact that the health department changed its definition recently, but also just indicates that as of right now, we have had no school outbreaks. We've not been able to confirm any linked transmissions in school, but we know that things are underreported and undercounted. And so we believe that we've done a very good job managing our operations, but we also know that there are people that are not necessarily being straight with us on their self-certification process, or refusing to get tested, and other factors like that, where we can only report what we know. But at least in that category, we think that we've been doing a pretty good job so far. The next one, the absenteeism numbers. You can see the student absenteeism spiked beginning with the middle of September through the end of the month, and beginning of October, and then just remained constant for the last month or month and a half, pretty flat. Staff absenteeism is the next one, and that gives you a breakdown by day for the month of October of how many absences we had on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays total for the 4 weeks of October. And we may again, we were just trying to come up with something that could give you an idea of what we're dealing with. We have slightly over 700 certified staff, and I do not know how many non-certified staff we have, but I know we probably have 1,100 or so. I think maybe slightly more than that. But that's not counting, my numbers don't count all the custodians, all of the employees. I don't think, I was just mostly talking about teachers and support staff. So that's a little bit of a picture. And Luke, I don't know if is there any specific piece of insight you could give about what those represent, other than just raw numbers?
Sorry, I was dealing with a couple of toddlers here. No, it's just a breakdown of the different types of absences that staff are eligible to, have in our district. There's a variety of different absences, different codes that we break it down into, and we have. But Dr. Moyer was right, though. We have a little over 700 certified staff, and we have slightly over 400 classified staff working in the district. So it's not the best graphic for absences, but it was the only thing that I can get out of the system the last couple of days, though.
Okay, so thank you. And then the next one is our local metrics. And the next slide. And we have some people trained in contact tracing, and we posted a position, and we can hire some more contact tracers. That should not be an issue. We've done a pretty good job, again, with implementing our health and safety protocols and managing it. We will talk a little bit about testing tonight and try to get a feel for if the board would like to see us move in that direction. And we've had consecutive weeks of being in the warning level for DuPage County. Then the next steps or just like a summary next steps kind of a thing. We get our local positivity rate through the Northwestern dashboard. Our attorneys based a lot of the language on directly correlating it with the way the county guidance for schools is written, and also investigating some things that other local school districts are looking into. And we are working on obtaining some medical consultation that could provide some insight into whether or not we should revise these metrics slightly, if there's some guidance on perhaps how to interpret the metrics, and some things like that. I'm hoping to hear back from one of these people on Thursday afternoon or Friday. And I would hope that we could make some good progress there, but we have a plan B in place if that does not look promising. So that's the metrics, and I'm thinking that's a pretty big piece of the presentation, because of the fact that you would be being asked to vote on this today, which would give us the flexibility to continue moving forward. I kind of see this perhaps as a little bit of a progression, is that, we continue to be flexible about looking at our metrics. We focus on keeping people safe, but perhaps there is an ability to bring some special learning populations back to campus. Perhaps we could get the trend lines to start to go around a little bit after the holidays. If we continue to see the spike that we're anticipating with family gatherings and other types of things that are likely to transpire, we could move into a period where, if the board decides to move into some testing, our dynamics could change here a little bit. We could start to bridge the gap and start to get closer to where the weather changes a little bit. The trends start to reverse a little bit after the holidays. Maybe we have some additional precautions in place, and perhaps we get closer to a vaccine, and we start to think in terms of maybe being a little bit closer to normalcy by the end of the spring. But we certainly want to try to expedite that as quickly as possible without compromising people's health and safety. So I would be willing to entertain questions about what we have and how we got here. And I have obviously cabinet members that may be able to help enlighten us throughout the rest of this discussion and the rest of the COVID presentation as well.
Okay, questions, comments? Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So, first of all, I think incorporating additional metrics that are localized, I think makes sense. I personally don't want to stop using the DuPage County metrics. I want to use both. I think it's just helpful to incorporate more data as we go and as we learn to operate in this type of an environment. We didn't have local metrics necessarily available to us when we first put this system in place. So I think it's a logical extension and a response to feedback. So I'm fine using metrics that are local, and I think that's a good idea. But I do want to be clear about, the discretion involved here. And we had talked about this a bit previously, but I'd like you to expand a bit on, does our board have discretion on opening or closing the schools, or are we bound by these metrics?
No, I think that the whole point of doing this is to give us some flexibility and an ability to use some judgment, interpreting as much information as we have available to us, and to also have the ability to adapt as research perhaps becomes available, or other additional types of information becomes available that we can learn from. So, the whole point of this is that, theoretically, if we were to just use the DuPage County metrics and they went into substantial for one particular category, the previous system would suggest that you need to go to remote. If we have a demonstrated track record of keeping students safe, or if we have testing, or if we have an ability to adjust our schedule and think that maybe we can bring kids in, but we need to bring them in smaller groups, or if we think that our local numbers look good and just because the county's insubstantial for one particular metric, especially if the trends are looking good and they're not looking the way they currently look right now, then the whole point of it is that we have that discretion and we have the ability to use our judgment and we have more information at our disposal to do that.
Right. Yeah, understood. And one of the reasons I'm asking is I can envision scenarios, hopefully not that far away, maybe early next year where, you potentially could have folks most vulnerable have been vaccinated, maybe staff has been vaccinated if they elect to do that, and metrics are still running high, but high risk individuals have had access to treatments or to vaccines, in which case, depending on how it looks at the time, I would be pushing to reopen our schools as quickly as possible after that would have happened. So I just want to make sure that what I would be agreeing to tonight provides that type of flexibility. And what I'm hearing, and I think it's important for people listening to hear as well, is you're saying that it does provide that flexibility.
I believe that it does, yes.
Okay, thank you. Second, and most frequently in the community, the question I get asked is, why is the school closed? Right. And, I'll answer the first part. It's, COVID levels have gone up quite a bit. So that's part one. But part two is, even if we tried to reopen the schools, the level of community transition and its implications on our staffing and things. And I think that's an important piece that is maybe doesn't come to mind for folks not immersed in education day to day. So please expand on that for people.
Yeah, I don't think some of the statements that sometimes are getting repeated about every school's doors being open consistently, or all the schools in the county being open, or whatever. I think that there are a lot of things going on that are in play here, that sometimes the information isn't completely accurate, and other times people do not know all of the different factors that all of these other local communities are wrestling with internally to try to serve their communities. So I try to be, I'm trying to be a little bit careful about when we make these broad generalizations, and I want to make sure that my statement doesn't include too broad of a generalization either, because each of our buildings is wrestling with different factors and phenomena, and they're doing it on a daily basis. And it has been extremely challenging, and teachers have stepped up, and principals have been dealing with things that are very difficult to explain. But we've basically been hanging on by a thread with our staffing as it currently stands. And that's just because when we started, we were able to be one of the first people to get it off the ground, which we were obviously happy to do. But then we were managing that when these positivity and case rates were much lower. And when the community spread gets so much higher, the amount of contact tracing that we have to do, and it's not just the work to do the contact tracing, but the amount of quarantines and the amount of different things that end up happening that affect our ability to sustain programming increase geometrically. And when we're in a situation where we're already pulling specialists for coverage, and all different kinds of other things that we're facing, you start to get to the point where even incremental increases create much more significant challenges. And if we were to say, okay, we're just going to open tomorrow, that's what we want to do, we'll bring all the kids back. With this level of community spread, every time somebody who has a kid that either test positive or is close contact, or they have somebody who's a healthcare worker or an EMT or an essential worker or whatever, all the times that they have to quarantine or all the times that they have to stay home from work because they have symptoms, because they don't know, because they are waiting to get tested or waiting to get test results, that just, the magnitude of that increase is so much that it will become extremely difficult to staff. It's already a challenge. And so I don't know how else I can explain it. There is not a concerted effort to close our doors. We want our doors open. We worked very hard to try to make that possible. We also want to keep people safe, and we also need to be able to manage our operations and staff. So it's a lot of complex things that go into these decisions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then just two quick other things. The first is I hope that there's light at the end of the tunnel here in the early part of next year. And I do want to make sure that we come out of this very strong in terms of, we were early on the curve of opening our schools relative to our peers. And I want us to be early on the curve of getting back to some sort of a normal environment, hopefully, once folks have been vaccinated appropriately. And so I'm calling on the discussions that need to take place between our administration, our staff, and other constituencies to start on that and to start ironing out details on how that's going to work, what would be required, and how it will play out, so that when it does become time, and it might be difficult to envision that now, but when it is time, that we're ready to go. And it's not a 1 month delay or a 2 month delay, because we'll have folks clamoring to get back to normal as quick as possible. And then last point on, I think one of the learnings from the plan that we put together was that it didn't have enough gray. We either had full open, hybrid, essentially 100% capacity, 50% capacity, or zero. And I don't think zero is credible any longer. We have hundreds of thousands of square feet of space in our district. I think we've learned a lot about what we're dealing with, and there have to be people that we can serve who need our help in this environment to operate at something greater than 0% capacity. So, I was disappointed that we closed a few weeks ago and went to 0%. I'd like to see something above that today, provided that we can do it safely. But I do understand why we've shifted back to hybrid overall, to remote overall, because the level of transmission in the community is a bit alarming. But I do hope that we can find the vulnerable populations in our district who need our help and find a way to safely get them back in our buildings as soon as possible.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Jim?
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to say, to second what Chris just said about opening our doors to our most vulnerable populations that need our help the most. The sooner we can do that in a safe manner, the better. And also something else that Chris said, to open our policy that seems to be fairly binary, open or close or partial for the entire district. Is that something that can be done on a school by school basis? Can we report the case, once we're reopened, can we report the case numbers by school on our dashboard? And is it possible to make a decision whether they are open or closed on a school by school basis?
Yeah, you asked a yes or no question, or a yes and no question. We will be able to monitor things by attendance site And we will be able to make, with the new system, we'll be able to make much more localized decisions about, it may not have to be all for one. We may be able to keep all of our schools open except for one under certain circumstances or something like that. If we were to get an outbreak, or if we were to have a particular issue with staffing at a school, wouldn't automatically require having to close the entire district. But we do notify everybody. We have a notification system if we have a positive case, and we notify the appropriate people at those particular schools, or but what you're asking about being able to add to our dashboard, that creates some issues, because when you have that small a sample size, you start to get into privacy issues, and some things related to that. So what we would do is we would monitor it, and we would be able to make more localized decisions, but we wouldn't necessarily be able to report things on a school by school basis on the dashboard.
So just so I understand completely, just to confirm, if there's a very small number of cases at a particular school, that we might run into a privacy issue. So you don't advise posting that, but people would be notified at that individual school. But we do have the ability, and will in the future, be able to open and close on a school by school basis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Another thing that I found very helpful, and thanks to Courtney for distributing it, I don't know where the data came from, but I found the information very helpful to see what other districts were open and closed. And there were a lot of districts on the spreadsheet that was distributed. So I don't think you could accuse anyone of cherry picking just certain districts. I think information like that posted somewhere on our website would be very helpful to our community in keeping perspective of where we are versus our surrounding community, or versus not only our surrounding communities, but the entire metropolitan area. So that's one suggestion I would have. And I wanted to say thank you for involving some medical professionals. I suggested that last August, that we involve some medical professionals in our planning and in the advice to our school district. Thank you for pursuing that. And please don't be deterred if you run into some roadblocks there. Keep trying, because I think that will lead us to better decisions. Also, to clarify something that Chris said about the board opening and closing schools. In the Open 205 plan, the board delegated their decision-making to the superintendent. I just want to confirm that my perception is correct there.
It is. The resolution indicates that upon me conferring with the board president, that if we need to make an immediate decision, that we have the authority to do that and then bring that to the board for discussion. I think that, part of the issue with thinking that everything should be a board decision is that, if a kid comes to school sick and we start contact tracing, I'm just making up an example sort of off the top of my head, and we have to close a school on a Tuesday morning, we can't automatically get a special board meeting together to make decisions when the information and the current circumstances change so quickly. And so, there's no attempt to circumvent the process or somehow or another not communicate what's going on, but not every decision allows for us to, there's a lot of stuff that's going on and it's moving pretty fast. So I think that's part of the reason why, or probably the main reason why, the attorneys advised that the resolution be written in that manner.
Yeah, and I agree, especially because the Open Meetings Act requires us to have a 2-day notice to have a board meeting. So essentially, if you had the entire board vote, and that was the only way to close a school or the district, and there were an outbreak within a specific building, kids would have been attending school for 3 days before the board could vote. So I think that is the right thing to do. For these larger, more subtle, slower moving situations, that could withstand a special board meeting and the delay involved in scheduling something like that, or bring into a regular board meeting. I just want to put my encouragement behind, involving the board in those decisions on a proactive rather than a retroactive basis.
Yeah, I'm certainly agreeable to what you're suggesting. I think that actually the fact that we are potentially revising our metrics might allow for that actually a little bit more than it did in the past. In the past, we had waited for 5 weeks to get the metrics from the state. We didn't have anything. We wanted them. We were clamoring for them. We got them. We said, okay, this is what we were going to follow. And I think Chris has said, other people have said, we've learned some things from since then. We know more than we did. So it is true that I think that the circumstances are probably a little bit different now than they were then. And then the new metrics actually probably allow for that a little bit easier than the previous ones, where we really were not talking about a lot of judgment. It was pretty much if we go into substantial, that's what it's going to be. So,
yeah. And my last point is, when you consult with the hopefully infectious disease specialists that you're consulting with, if they can establish a metric for a single building, I think that would be extremely helpful. So I just wanted to task you with that. So thank you.
okay. Yep. That makes sense. We actually would like it if we could get into a relationship where we get, some ability to use an organization as a resource to interpret some of the information. That would be, that I agree that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, and if I can refer you back to a letter that we got from one of our constituents that is a teacher in River Forest. She said that her district had the Rush University infectious disease group into her district to talk to teachers about staying safe and what that involved. And she said the entire, if I remember the letter correctly, that the entire teaching staff felt much better after that experience and after that education. I think that would be something like that would be helpful to our staff as well.
We've been thinking, we have been thinking about some of those kinds of things and some of those types of options. So, and that is that's a group that has been brought to our attention. So thanks.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have Beth?
Yes, Dave, thank you all for working through these metrics and trying to just help add some pieces. I agree that I like the flexibility that is now built into these new metrics, or these new proposed ideas for our metrics. I know the only thing we know about COVID is that it's constantly changing, and the information that we get about COVID is constantly changing. I mean, back in March, we were told that it wasn't necessary to wear a mask. So we're not that far out from there, and we've got so much more information than we had in the beginning. So I like that it has the flexibility for us to build in that new information that comes in. I'm sure that we'll be getting some more data about schools being open while the numbers are as high as they are now, because we really haven't had that kind of data. We've only had data from when schools were open during lower levels of transmission. So I like that flexibility, and I also like the idea that we can look at different buildings, and maybe if there's an issue at one building, we could go remote at a certain building rather than or a level, maybe if we need to, rather than the entire district. So I think, as somebody said, there's a little more gray in there for us to be able to use our judgment as we go along, and I like that. One thing about the staffing challenges that you were talking about that I think is important is that although we all want our students back in the buildings, as soon as we can do that safely, we have to think about how important consistency is for our students as well. And so when we decide to do that, we just have to make sure, knowing what we know about how the higher transmission rates and quarantines affected our ability to staff our buildings before we went to remote. We just need to keep that in mind and make sure that when we do decide to bring everybody back in, that we're going to be able to sustain that, and that maybe there's some different things like the testing we're going to talk about. If there are any other safety measures that you guys think we can put in place or that have come up in discussion to help with that quarantine piece or that staffing piece, I think that it's just important for us to be able to maintain that model so that our students are in for as long a period of time as we can keep them in, rather than moving in and out of school and not having that consistency of a learning model over a period of time. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. We're weighing a lot of factors, and we know the mental health piece comes up, the socialization piece comes up, some of the kids not as responding as well to remote and all of those kinds of things. The younger grade levels, I mean, all of the things that people said, all the things we get in our formal feedback from all of our different people, we know that there's a lot that goes into it, but we also know that when the schedules and the routines change, that also is a factor that can have a detrimental impact when you have no consistency. So we do want to be sensitive to that as well. You bring up a good point, and we are, thinking about a lot of those things, and that's one to keep out there as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and then just the last thing I wanted to say is I know we're in a very difficult time right now. The numbers are very high, and it is hard to see that light at the end of the tunnel. But I know, and I think it's important to note this, and it's important to keep doing this, but I know that you're all working on trying to make the education that our students are receiving the best that it possibly can be, whether they're in remote or they're in hybrid or we're all in school. I know that you are all constantly working on that and taking the feedback from the community to try to help give support where you can to help our students, whether they're in remote or in the building. So just thank you for all the work that you're doing on that. I know some of those things are going to be discussed later and moving forward. So I just think it's great that we're always focusing on that piece as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. We are actually working very hard on that, and I appreciate you recognizing that.
That's all, Kara. Thank you.
Anybody else? So one thing I just wanted to say, kind of, build on what Jim had said about, maybe you could consider by level, elementary, middle, high school. And, maybe it's even the number of classrooms you've had to close where it wouldn't be across, it would be across 3 schools or 8 schools or something. I don't know. That's just a thought on looking at the level. I know there's privacy issues. And then I just wanted to, in relation to the metrics, just, I feel like we're trying to find that sweet spot, that loose, tight, there's enough, people should be able to look at what the metrics are and watch the numbers and have an idea of where, if things are going to be open or have to be, remote. And yet there has to be some, flexibility. So I appreciate that you guys have looked at different ways to try to do that. I think this is what this whole year has been, where it feels like 2-week increments. It almost feels like you live a lifetime because there's so much changes. There's, you read the news every day and there's so much more you can learn. So just thank you for continuing to evolve this process for us. And yeah. So I think Chris had something else. Oh, Karen has something, and then Chris, when Karen's done.
Well, Chris, just add to it, and then I'll finish.
Okay, sure. So first, with regards to sort of the decision-making process of opening and closing that I touched on and Jim and Dave expanded upon, I think that in the emergency use cases that Dave, you were talking about, I think the system we have makes a lot of sense. The decisions we've been making thus far, other than the initial one to close, which was abrupt at the beginning of the crisis, have been long-lived sort of decisions that were made over a period of weeks, not overnight in response to something. So I certainly think that there has been room, and in most cases will be room to do either a resolution or in some sort of a public manner can make the consultation with the board clear to the community, because I think that's important from a transparency perspective. So that's just my opinion, but wanted to circle back on that. And then lastly, I know it's important to many folks that I speak to in the community that, we're always recognizing that these decisions and just this situation that we're in is impacting the education for our kids. And so I was hoping that you or cabinet could maybe give some initial comments. We're several months into the school year, of just how learning deficits look, any key areas that we're zeroing in on. Some impressions there, I think, would be additive. Thank you.
So let me, I'm going off script here a little bit, but just to give you an idea, we had a conversation about Nikki's work with the EC5 principals on Thursday morning, this coming Thursday, and what they're planning to focus on. And Nikki, this might just give, we can come back with a more complete report, but this might just give you an idea of the types of things that we're trying to do on a regular basis, and a little bit of a flavor for our, I don't want to say how seriously we're taking it, because I think that should be a given, but just the fact, a lot of people don't know always what we're doing. And this is just one example that's coming up this week. And the other example that's coming up tomorrow is the remote professional learning day. So I'm wondering, Scott and Nikki, could you each perhaps give just a little snippet of what's going on tomorrow and Thursday, just to round out a little bit of flavor to Chris's comment?
I'm not going to speak to what's happening tomorrow, but I can certainly speak to what's happening on Thursday. And then I'd also like to revisit the decision that we made a couple of weeks ago that, didn't go over so well with some of our community members, which was to prioritize reading, writing, and math. And in order to do that, we made the the tough decision to not report out on our science and social studies standards. And that does not mean by any means that we are not going to teach to the standards. But when we ask our teachers to report on a standard, that means there has to be multiple pieces of evidence. There has to be a lot of feedback given to the students regarding those standards. And so we're really working hard to embed our science and social studies standards into our ELA work that we're doing. And I sent you guys that communication, and we have a parent communication that's ready to go. I'm just still finalizing those details with Cabinet and with Bev and Dave, but we want to communicate that to our parents as well. So, we have been working very hard to make tough decisions, and that was one of them. Then on Thursday, I have the EC5 principals once a month, as Scott has the 612 principals, and as we have first team once a month. So it's kind of first team, 612, then EC5. And so Thursday is my week with EC5, and our PLC conversation is going to be about students who are not reading at grade level. So when we did our KPI presentation a few weeks ago, it really kind of put some fire under me and our team to say, okay, let's look at our data, let's look at our fall data. And we do have a significant larger number of students not reading at grade level with the learning gaps and due to COVID. And so that's one of the reasons we decided to prioritize reading, writing, and math. And so our PLC conversation is going to be looking at the data. How many students at each grade level are not reading at grade level? How many weren't reading at grade level a month ago? How many are still not reading at grade level? And what are the successes that we're finding? And what are we going to do about it, kind of thing? And that's going to be our PLC conversation for the year, because we take it very seriously. And I'll let Scott speak to what the good work that he's been doing for tomorrow.
So we have a full day tomorrow, thanks to the Illinois State Board of Education remote learning days. And we have a focus tomorrow on planning, specific to planning during remote and hybrid, and a minor focus on collaboration. Some of this is based on student feedback as well as parent and staff feedback from the last remote learning survey. We have the full day scheduled out with the help of the coaches who did a phenomenal job, along with learning and teaching, to design a series of sessions for staff that I think are going to really be well received, as they have been in the past. We're going to have some full district collaboration across different schools and grade levels, and then we'll have time for PLCs inside the schools. We're also building in some time for principals to have a bit of autonomy, particularly in the morning and the end of the day, with a session in the morning focused on the staff themselves and the hard work that they've been doing. And then in the afternoon to help wrap up some of the work with PLCs so that the staff can have some additional planning time. We have a really unique tech integration opportunity with a playground that we're calling it, that the coaches have built out. And it'll allow for staff to learn not just during the session, but they can go back and access some of the learning pieces on their own or at another time in their prep periods. So I think it's going to be a great day. I think the staff will be really well served. I know it's been hard work trying to plan for it and make sure that it's a really good use of time, but I'm really happy with the outcomes, and I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback.
Well, we can move on. I know that Karen had some questions, but I just thought a couple things that are actually going on this week were sort of pertinent to Chris's comment. But I know that at least Karen for sure had some other things she wanted to suggest or ask.
Thank you. But actually, that was one of the items that I wanted to highlight, because what we're looking at is staying the course. I know CDC and ISBE and all the experts, both in verbal as well as their documentation, have said that education in person, especially for kids up to 13, is really best practice. So I want to remind everyone that that's really what we're focused on. And sometimes it might not be as clear, but it is what we're looking at. With noting that there's a lot of conversation around safety, because that's new to us. in this environment, in this situation. But I wanted to make sure that we do focus on the educational piece. So that's why, Dave, I think that it was good for us to do that. I think that the more that we can communicate what we're doing, the more that we can showcase what's going on, it gives people a sense of best practices and where we're moving to across the board. And we might not be there across the board. That's just the way life is, and it is for everyone. But what I wanted to do is agree with what Chris and Jim had said with the addition of Kara. And because I really like adding the local metrics, but I want to make sure that we're not doing like isolated cases where early on we had one particular place that had a high number, which would have skewed our numbers, but it didn't affect us. So I want to be local, but I don't want that like there's a one isolated place that's not going to affect us. I don't want that to make us go into lockdown. But the really big point that I like about the flexibility, I like the point that you made, Dave, is surgical, and I'll call it surgical precision in decision making. So I would like us to get to a point, and I'm glad that other people brought it up as well, and Kara brought it down more minutely to what I'm thinking is that it's not district shut down or not. It is, we look at the best practice, what I highlighted in the beginning, of course, with a safety aspect that we've spent a lot of multi-millions of dollars on, and we keep doing that. And we've had community donations to help us out. But that we can look at it from a building or school level, but even a classroom level or grade level, Kara said, et cetera. Because what we also have to focus on is one size does not fit all. And some kids are thriving in remote and some kids are not. And that's the reality. And instead of arguing the point, that is reality. Let's take that reality and let's highlight what that is and how we're moving forward. And I think that that would be the best clear communication. And then if it's not clear, we clarify, because we're in it. You're in it more than I am. But people aren't in it all the time. And so they don't know it. And so we need to look at it as best practices just to be kind and communicate and help people understand through continuous clarification. So I like adding the local numbers, but I don't want it to be isolated cases. I would like it to get to building and school and classroom, not just entire district up or down. I want us to look at, what we're doing, what's best practice for our students and what's best practice for our employees, because the in-person is still a priority until we can, make a different environment a best practice. So I know that I am on several different committees, and so I've been on different calls with different districts. And one thing that we all are agreeing with when we talk about equity is we're all finding that some students are thriving, some students aren't, some teachers are excelling, and some people are having harder times. And looking at that, and then providing those resources or the supports or the training that builds everybody up. So that's what I think we're doing. I don't think that it's always clear or communicated, but I know that you all are running thin. But I think that it's important in these times for us to share that. In particular, I was just on the tech committee meeting before this one, and I really want to recognize the work that they all do volunteer for us. I know, and I want to commend the board. Way back, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years now, who took the risk when there was a lot of resistance for us to integrate technology into the organization. And if we did not take that lead, even though there were people that could not see it at the time, which is what happens in innovation and leadership, we would have been at a very bad place, very chaotic. We would have completely different conversations right now. And so I really want to commend the community, the board, the staff, and our tech committee who has been there with us all along the way. I want to encourage them to continue to help us lead this effort. And I want to thank everyone in our community as well as our employees for taking on this new thing that is scary for them at times, that is a lot at one time. And I want to remind people that it could have been even more. So if we wouldn't have taken the steps that we have in the past, even when people couldn't see that it was beneficial, now we know it was worth it. And so that helps me put things into perspective that yes, not everyone is at the same place, but we're working to identify what people need and providing the resources. So I think that our best thing that we can do is when people are saying that there's issues, that we listen to hear what specifically is that and how do we provide it. Dave, I know you talk about, and you have ever since you've been here, is personalized learning. That's kind of it. And so this is a great opportunity for us to use this situation to build on that. So those are the sorts of things that I wanted to kind of put some perspective in, to share some more things that we're doing that might not be communicated. I'd actually like to, and I like what Jim said about you bringing in the experts in the medical field that can help us with the heavy lifting in that area so that we can, I say this really carefully, so that we're not spending so much time on just the safety piece in the communications, that it sounds like that's all it is to people, because it is the educational piece. And so to that end, what I'd like us to do is to be able to tap Bev and her great team to start highlighting and providing. And, Katie, we had a teacher recognized, can we showcase what they're doing, whether it be on our website, whether it be board meetings, whatever, so that we can continue to show the good things that are going on and to help others to see that. And we all keep getting better. So there's a lot in there, but I think I think it was important to highlight some things. I thank you for adding the additional metrics, bringing in the medical experts, and if we can get it down more surgical precision so that not everyone is shut down, because that doesn't help some students and staff. So I think that that's how my suggestion.
I think you have a lot of good insights, and the one that you had toward the end particularly, I think we all know that, so many people are swimming in survival mode with our current circumstances, that we do know that we want to try to do a better job trying to create a narrative and paint the picture that makes all of the good work that is going on a little bit more at the forefront. We all need more of that right now. Too much swimming in negativity for anybody's good. So we can work on that, and I think it's a good point. And I think we're aware of that, and we just got to try to come up with a plan, and maybe try to find a way to get out of this this daily grind and start be a little bit more forward thinking. It's been pretty consuming, but you certainly make a lot of good points. So I appreciate that.
Just thanks, Karen. And before Margaret, I know has something, but I just wanted to build on what you said too, that I think, and maybe this could be part of our, we have COVID as part of our standing agenda item, but kind of how something has improved or been refined. I don't want to create more work. And yet I think that what I see, and I think other board members see, is there's a nimbleness that, is happening to try to adjust to the challenges. And maybe if we highlighted some of that, here's what we learned, here's what a problem was, here's how we're addressing it. It helps both the board understand, then also the community knows that we're hearing, whether it's through surveys or questions they ask and things. So just maybe that could be added to this agenda item as we go forward. And I'll let Margaret, I know you had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Kara. And I just quickly want to mention the key pieces here that I think this plan offers, and it's a continuing learning process, is the transparency and the adaptability, the flexibility and adaptability, because there's continual new information that's being provided. And we all have to get used to that and understand that updated information is coming on. I also want to just make a point that, this pandemic feels intolerable. It's caused unknown hardships. It's caused loss of life, loss of income, loss of educational advancements, and loss of normalcy for our families, for our students. It's also caused our school district and our community to model some of those critical life skills that we talk about so often. Those critical life skills such as problem solving, critical life skills like grit, the ability to keep going, to persevere, critical life skills like resilience, the ability to come back and fight back, and critical life skills such as cooperation, where we are all working together to identify what is the best options for our collective community. And so those are key pieces that, I think if we can continue to focus on, and some of these ideals that have been brought up will help us highlight about what we're doing and what we're getting, what we're learning, and how to move forward. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who has put this process together, and for the teachers and our community and students who are working during these very dark times.
Thanks, Margaret. Anything else? Okay, then we will move on with thank you all for assembling that information. We will move on to superintendent's consent agenda. Before I ask for a motion, are there any items that?
I think, so I just want to we were going to talk about bringing students with special needs back to campus if these metrics are approved. And I think, Kevin has outlined his plan for that here. And I don't know if you want to go into significant detail on the plan itself, considering where we're at time-wise and some of the other things that we want to at least maybe briefly address. But I do think that we need to find out from the board if you think it's appropriate for us to continue to proceed in this direction, considering that, this afternoon, the governor has put the state into tier 3 mitigation. And in light of some of the recent numbers that we shared with you, our plan was that we would bring these students back, that they would be in smaller groups, that we would have systems in place, and that we would, recognize our interest and the community's desire to have these students back in school, which we agree is paramount. But at the same time, the circumstances continue to evolve, and we had indicated that there was going to be a communication on Monday, but we also thought, okay, if we can get these students back in school earlier, let's do it. And I just think that my original information in the packet said that we were going to do that on Thursday pending board approval of the new metrics. But, we had another variable this afternoon, and I think that we should perhaps clarify that the board is still in consensus that it would like to see us make that happen on Thursday.
Courtney?
So I think, in my opinion, I do want to see us begin to bring small populations of our students back into the buildings. And I think Jim, mentioned exactly who that population to be, the priority where that population should be. And it's this group of students. I just want to make sure that we are not putting and I always mess up my phrases, so the cart before the horse. Right, that's the right way. Do we have the resources and everything in place in all of the individual buildings, right? We're talking about, what are we talking about? Hawthorne, Sandburg, York, I think. Is that all three?
Hawthorne, Sandburg, Edison, York. It's really almost all of the buildings.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. So is everything in place to bring them back successfully, right? Because I feel like, although I don't have the same concerns that I had back when we were bringing them back the first time when we were coming out of remote, because we've been here, done that. Teachers, staff, everybody should know what that looks like. Families should know what it looks like. But I just want to make sure we're not rushing it, right? Like 36 hours seems really fast to me to tell families tonight, come back on Thursday. But at the same time, I don't want to waste any time. So do you have any concerns about the short window of time getting them back into the buildings on Thursday morning? Are the teachers, the staff, is everybody on board with the plan? Is really what I want to ask.
Who are you asking that question of?
Anybody in the administration that would like to answer? Kevin, Dave?
Well, I'll answer that question. I think that there has been a little bit of a short turnaround, and there has been some timeliness of communication, because of that has gotten people a little bit concerned. And there have been some issues that have been expressed to us related to that. So we're trying to be sensitive to that. The plan was to reallocate time tomorrow for those individuals for planning. I think that there are some special things that Kevin has suggested need to be taken into consideration due to the fact that we're now in substantial risk that we weren't considering back when we were in a different level of risk. So those things are a little bit different. I mean, the fact that we brought them back before should make the transition a little bit, less overwhelming. But because the turnaround is quick, and because there are some different factors we need to take into consideration, I think that there are some people who are a little bit on edge about Thursday. I will be honest about that.
So,
So,
I just want to say, are we talking about families that are concerned, or are we talking about teachers that are concerned? And what are the concerns, and what can we do to alleviate those concerns? I get that there's like a big generalization we're talking about here, but I think when we talk about transparency to our community, let's just say what it is. Who is concerned, and how can we alleviate those concerns?
Yeah, so it's actually.
I'm sorry. Can I just and I thought part of the question we started off with was, do we have the resources? So staff is certainly one part of the resources, but the other part of the resources is we talked about there were a lot of different items that we were going to purchase, which include PPE, personal protection, not just masks. We talked about face guards and a lot of different things. So my first basic question is, do we have those items in hand?
So a couple of things to answer all of your questions. We have KN95 masks, which are different than N95 masks in that they are, KN95 masks are made in China. That's the difference in between those. To answer Courtney's question about the levels of concern, there are some things that need to occur. So number one, while we've been working with Cottage Hill, our bus company, there are even bus drivers who have expressed concern at coming back to work at this height of substantial. There are teachers who have expressed concern at coming back. There are administrators who have expressed concern at coming back. There are people across the board, and I'm just being 100% transparent and honest. On top of that, there are 13 students with mask exemptions that need to have individual meetings with their families because of where we're at with substantial transmission, which is different than the moderate transmission. We need to strictly adhere to the Illinois Department of Public Health guidelines, and every student is required to wear a face mask. So if we are to say to those families that their student can't come to school, that can't just be a blanket decision. That has to be an individualized decision, according to the Federal Department of the Office for Civil Rights, as I put in the board packet. So those are individualized team decisions, and in a perfect world, we would have more time. We don't live in the perfect world, and so that is, the earliest that we could do this would be November 19th. If we had more time to do this, say after Thanksgiving, that would be better timing.
But I mean, are you just looking for timing to be able to have specific conversations with individual families to make a decision whether or not those students could come back in? Is that what you mean by more time?
And more time for our staff to prepare.
But prepare for what? That's I think that's where I'm confused, right? Like, we've already been in the building. It's not August or September and we're coming back for the first time. So,
Correct.
and get this, I understand all the metrics, and I understand we're down at different, we're not moderate, we're substantial. I understand that part. But if you're saying that all the, like Margaret pointed out, the PPE has been provided to them, like the things to ensure their safety have been given to our staff. I'm trying to understand what they need to prepare for. And if you're saying you need to have individual meetings with individual families to determine how to proceed with an individual student, that's one thing, but I'm confused about if that's really what the delay is.
That is one part of it. The other part of it is that when we went remote on October 21st, many of the teachers actually took whole portions of their classroom home and set them up. And it is not easy to pivot on a dime and set up a classroom within 36 hours. And so they need a little bit of time to do that.
I feel a little frustrated, and I understand logistics. I feel a little frustrated that that maybe we couldn't have been working on this like for the last couple of days, right? Like, we received the board packet on Friday. The community was notified about all this stuff on Friday. That gives them 5 days, not 36 hours, to kind of be prepared. And if this is what our community wants, and we can safely do it, and if this population of our community wants this, I feel we are not doing our part in giving them what they deserve if it's all based on logistics because we didn't start preparing on Friday as opposed to tomorrow morning.
So Courtney, I just want to clarify.
Okay.
At last week's cabinet meeting, this is what we came to, and this is what I communicated, and we can make this happen. There's a lot that goes into it, and it may not be a perfect world on day one, but we can make this happen. Somebody asked, well, what are the concerns? And so we're sharing those with you, but that doesn't mean we can't make it happen. My original question was, is the board comfortable with us moving forward in that direction based on the fact that we now went into tier 3 as a state, and that we are at the level that we're at. We're putting kids on buses, those types of things. We do have smaller groups. We, all of those things that may help us ensure for safety. But I just wanted to, I just wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable if we move ahead in that direction, considering that we are, that we were classified by the governor as tier 3 today.
Okay, so let me provide my input. I think the idea of, yes, this is a group that needs to go back first. I do have questions on, do they go back today based off the information that we have? That is my question. That is my concern. And so I'll just end it at that. That's my question. That's my concern.
I guess for me, I'm weighing obviously the concern that Margaret expressed. It's frustrating to hear that the reason we're debating this is logistics, right? Like, teachers got their classrooms home in 12 hours and set up and were ready to go fully remote. I think they could do the opposite. They could get back into the classroom and set up in that same small window turnaround. So if you're saying that the concerns are because our staff does not have the PPE required to keep them safe, because of the condition, like the IEPs or exemptions of our students. If you're telling me there's like some issue that is creating a more unsafe environment, that I can understand. Or if you're telling me the parents are concerned, that I can understand. I'm just finding frustration in the reasons why we're hesitating, because I think we all agree, all of you, cabinet, Dr. Moyer, the board, that we want to get this population back in. We want to get all of our students back in, and this is where we start. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
I have a question. Is there, based on the information that came out today about being in this tier 3, is there information that we might be getting or waiting for about further precautions that we might need to take now with this group? Or are there other safety PPE items or things like that that our staff might want to have in place, considering that we did just go into tier 3? Like, would a little bit more time give us the opportunity to make sure that we have everything in place to make everyone feel comfortable with this? Parents, staff, everybody involved, bus drivers. Is that a piece of it? I know this just happened today, and I know I haven't even been able to read the detailed information about it yet, and I'm not sure if there's more of that to come. So that's my question.
Well, I mean, I think that as long as the community spread is this high, there's always going to be people that are going to feel uncomfortable coming to work and being exposed on a regular basis to other people until that starts to turn around. So I don't know that we're ever going to completely alleviate that. As long as these numbers are where they are.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just keep hearing, Chris has said this, the last board meeting, this board meeting, the amount of space we have in our buildings to have 0 students in there under the kind of explanation that they're not safe, the number of students and staff that they're not safe, it just doesn't add up to me, numbers wise and space wise, especially when we're starting to talk about bringing a small population of students back in. And that's where I kind of am frustrated and just trying to understand why this is not a good starting point.
Well, I think it is a good starting point. That's why we suggested it, Courtney. You might be, I think you might be making a few assumptions that I was not trying to imply. But I do think that with some of these students and their intense needs, it's you really can't administer the program and maintain 6-foot distancing at all times. And in fact, almost never in a lot of cases. So, it's not, we could get creative about space, but there are certain realities of some of the needs of many of the students that we're talking about that that won't allow us to always maintain the same distance, the recommended distances and things like that.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly fair point. And that's kind of why I was asking, right? Like, explain to me how the teachers and the staff are not going to be safe. It's frustrating to hear that they can't set up their classrooms or they're not ready to bring them back. But if there's legitimate concerns like that, and that's a very valid point, that's what I want to understand.
Chris?
Yeah, how many students would we be serving in this model, Dave? Total?
I'd have to defer to Kevin on that. I don't know.
About 200.
Okay, and that's spread across how many buildings?
Across all of our buildings, including the district office.
Okay. And are there any medical supplies pending that are needed?
We have not been able to procure KN95 masks for children. They've been especially difficult to procure, and some families may have them, but we have not been able to procure those.
Just a quick question on that, Chris, Kevin, was that not part of the donation that we got at the last meeting?
No, KN95 masks are different than regular masks.
Yeah, I just thought that it included all the different types. Thanks for letting me ask that clarification, Chris.
Yeah,
I
no
do
problem.
think I do think that donation said N95 masks, but what Kevin's referring to pediatric N95 masks for children.
Right, so that's why I think the clarification Karen was trying to make. So we got that huge donation of masks, but they weren't for children.
Correct.
Okay, so we have, go ahead, Margaret.
No, you go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, finish your questions.
Yeah, so so my view is serving this student population is one of the most essential services in our community, period, of anything that we have. And I think these services need to go on. So that's my personal view. And I think, we're talking 200 students spread across a dozen buildings or so. I hope we can get creative with space, but I don't want to do that until we have the supplies that we need. So how long does it take to get these supplies?
I don't have an answer on that. We are attempting to procure them right now, and they've been ordered.
But we have masks and other equipment for all of our staff.
We
correct?
have adult masks. We have face shields for adults and for children. all of the children have their own masks that their parents have bought them, that we have backups for. We have tons of other equipment and PPE and all of those sorts of pieces. But
Okay.
that is, we have been unable to procure the pediatric size KN95 masks.
Okay.
And
So
have,
what we would need is the families of these 200 students on a temporary basis to have appropriate face coverings that they supply on their own before the district would then supply them once we're able to do so. But our staff, our buildings, et cetera, all the equipment is in place that we need.
That is correct. And then on top of that, we would need to, for the students who have the mask exemptions, we need to have those meetings with the families.
Understood. Okay. So in my opinion, I'm okay moving forward and asking the families to provide that on a temporary basis until the district can, and get back to providing these critical services to those families that need us right now.
so Kevin, are you saying of all the 200 students, they would need these special pediatric masks?
So right now we are at the height of this substantial transmission. So it is not every student that would need the pediatric sized masks. I mean, obviously the students at York and in our transition program wouldn't need those. But our students who are in our ABC program at Madison and in our ABC programs at Hawthorne and in our multi-needs classrooms, some of them at Addison would obviously need those.
And Kevin,
Okay,
you're
so
saying that's per IDPH guidelines?
I am, yes.
Yes, so we could even prioritize, if we don't have that or parents can't provide that or they don't have it yet, we can still ease in bringing kids in, right? I mean, based on it. So those students, if we cannot provide that pediatric masks, it's not all 200. And if families don't have them, then we could still service some of those 200 students, right? Again, surgical precision, what I'm thinking.
We can be surgically precise as much as we would like. I think that it comes down to health and safety.
Well, yeah, and we're talking about, surgical precision and in the safety and health. And then the donation that we got, do you know if they have these sort of pediatric masks?
I
They just
don't
didn't know we were aware of
know.
it. Can we check that? Because that was quick in getting the donation that we got from the community.
Yeah. It
Todd
sounded
is,
like they
Todd
checked.
is going to go to the facility department picked up the donation. They delivered it. It's on the York dock. He's going to investigate first thing in the morning exactly what all is in those boxes of masks that they picked up.
Thanks, Chris.
And just to be clear, just one last point and then I'll stop, but all the 200 families that we're talking about, that will be like, 13 to 15 kids per building. Those families still, knowing our inability at this moment to provide the KN95 mask for their children, still have the ability to say, I want to stick with my remote services. Correct?
Yes.
They could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Just thinking about that continuity of instruction piece and trying to get some of these last parts in place to ensure safety for families that don't have it. I'm thinking about the Thanksgiving break coming up and going back and maybe only being able to have the kids back that have those things and this new information. I'm just this is just a question for you. If coming back after the Thanksgiving break, having all the PPE in place that we need, being able to get everybody back at once and move forward that way without that break in between for the holiday. In your mind, does that make sense in regards to just that continuity of instruction for those kids?
Yes. I'm sorry, did you hear me? I said yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I just, you know, with the new tier 3 and maybe having some more things that we would like to have in place, I absolutely think we need to prioritize getting these kids back into our buildings as soon as we can. But it seems like maybe having that little bit of time to talk with families, just make sure that we have everything we need to have in place. And I'm not sure the busing piece, you had mentioned that there was some concern from the bus company. So I'm not sure if that piece is a go or if there's something else we need to do at that level as well, or I don't know.
Yeah, this is like part of the moving piece of COVID. So this is how, you know, Dave talked about this before, about how every day we're sort of hanging by a thread. So every single hour, there's something new that's added to the equation. And Margaret talked a little bit before about people being resilient. So, you know, the bus company says, hey, I'm not really even sure that we have enough drivers who are willing to drive our routes. So then we start to figure out with the bus company, well, what if we drove 2 routes on the days and we clean the buses in between, and we start to do that. And Luke is planning in the background for what happens if the teachers are not able to come in because people are getting sick with quarantine because we're at substantial. And so we're planning for that backup. Like, we're always planning for that, and planning for the idea that we may have to pull an administrator in, and we may have to pull, you know, this person in. That's always going on right now. So that's part of the equation.
I think that the new metrics that potentially are approved, that we have an issue, that issue will be similar at any point in time that we try to bring people back to campus. And that is that if we can't staff, we may have to cancel, we may have to go remote for a period of time at a certain building, or you know, so I think that in this particular case, it's obviously a concern because we're in a place where the spread is as high as it is. But I think that we would have to be prepared that if we have a given day where a bus driver doesn't show up, and somebody has to be remote that was supposed to be hybrid in person, or if we have a day where we're quarantining too many staff at a building and we can't cover it, then that building has to go remote for a period of time. That's part of what we're saying. The new metrics reflect that we may have to make some of those decisions. So, I mean, all of those things are going to be part of this. If we open this up for students with special needs, whether it's Thursday or the 30th or whatever day it is, that scenario that you're describing could happen. And it could happen a couple days after we open it up. It's just could happen.
But I think that
at the beginning conversation, yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, that could happen with any population that we bring back. I mean, that's life right now. Unfortunately, nobody chose us to put us here, but that's where we all are. I mean, I am very much in support. If our families want to get their students back in the buildings, I am very much in support of getting them back in, this population to start. with getting them back in as soon as possible. If a family understands that right now at this moment, we can't provide them the K95 mask, but our staff has them and the staff has the PPE they need. If all the safety precautions that we could possibly take are in place, I think our community, we will appreciate the fact that we're doing everything we can to get them back in the buildings, and they will, I hope, in the same breath, understand that there could be a moment that, like you said, Dave, today we have to go remote because this is what the scenario we have. I think people have to understand that they have to be flexible just as much as they need to understand that we're doing everything we can to get our students back in the building.
Right. So Dave, a question on here. Is this a phased-in approach, or would all 200 students come in theory on Thursday? What's that planned rollout?
We're talking about the programs that we have identified. So there's a different amount of kids in each program at each building. So it varies, but so I can't give you the numbers. Kevin said that the total is about 200. So that for all of the programs listed on there, that's how many kids.
Right. So I got that. So I'm listening. I'm going through and I'm listening to some of this. We've got masks for all of the staff, and for students who would not need pediatric masks, we have the supplies. So it sounds like that's a population for those that could go. For those staff, for those students who don't have masks and or their parents do not have the N95 or the KN95, if they don't have that mask, those are questions that we need to follow up on. Another question that it sounded like we need to follow up on were those students where there would be individual family discussions. So that's why I'm seeing that this is a phased in type process where everyone's not coming day one, or the expectation is not that everyone's coming day one on Thursday.
Well, I think that all of the logistical internal planning that needs to happen is what our student services people and principals and teacher teams need to do. I mean, my question was, do you want us to still proceed with getting students back on Thursday, or at least as many of them as we logistically can back on Thursday? Considering that we moved into tier 3 at about 3 or 4 o'clock today, statewide. I mean, that's what I want to know.
Right. So you heard the concerns. You heard people that were strong in favor of it, and you heard people that were not, that had questions. So I'm not quite sure what additional information that you want,
Well, then it sounds to me like the majority of the opinion is that we want to get this population of students back in school as soon as possible. And that people are comfortable if that means that it's not all of these students for one particular reason or another on Thursday, that would be okay, but that we should still shoot to try to get students back in on Thursday in these particular groups when and where it's possible. So that's what we're gonna do.
So I just have a question, I'm trying to wrap my head around logistics, not that really, it feels like every day is different these days, but okay, so it's Tuesday night. Right now it's not quite 10 o'clock. How are families going to prepare, and how are 13 individual meetings going to take place to figure out how the mask situation with students who can't wear a mask, how that's going to work? Because then the follow-up of that is there has to be staff, I don't know what the word is, discussion or sharing. So like I'm trying to wrap my head around logistics and just how, we have 4 days of, kids have 4 more days of school, right? Am I right? There's no school tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, correct?
Elementary has 3.
Oh, elementary is 3. Okay. So I guess just, could you help me, like, how would all those meetings be scheduled for tomorrow and Thursday, tomorrow then?
We have a communication ready to go for tomorrow morning that our team has reviewed, and that if we, that would go out tomorrow, and that directs people with mask exemptions to set up a meeting with their case manager and assistant principal.
Okay. So that would happen over the next couple of days. And then we don't know if the bus company is going to actually bus the kids. Is that correct?
They, as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're working to secure more drivers.
Okay. So we're not sure. We got to work out the masks for the 13 kids that are mask exempt. We have busing. Not sure if there's going to be busing. And then, logistics, I assume everyone already knows where they go in the school because we were already in school. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's not an issue.
Okay. So, I guess I just would give this caution. Obviously, if you know me, I want kids in school, and I think these kids it is so hard. They need to be in the building. I just also want to make sure we don't set them up for a big disappointment. If you say you can go to school on Thursday and there's no bus, or there's no, like that is, I just want to make sure that it's, I guess, in place. So that's, in addition to the safety, just that the logistics are in place so that these students who, that's already a break in their routine, right? We've been in school, we had a routine, now we've been home, we have a routine at home, and now we're going to go back to school, which is awesome that we can get them in. Just want to make sure that the details have been worked out, because I think that that's important. It's important for their safety, and it's important for their, we talk about mental health, anxiety, new routine, all those things play into this. So, I guess I just lay that out. I'm not really sure. I think I'm expecting you to be able to give me the answers, but that's what I want to make sure is considered, because I think, and the teachers, I assume they're ready for them. It's just, it's, I don't know. I think it's hard to tell a parent that, you might have a bus or you're not, I don't, so like, when can that answer be available? And if it can't, if that answer isn't going to be available tomorrow at noon, then maybe it has to be pushed off a day, or I don't know.
I think that I'm being, totally honest here. So I think that, I have wanted in-person instruction, and, I helped Dr. Moyer to write that memo, which you see in your board packet this evening, which is why we prioritized this group of students. I think that it is going to help our students and with their learning to keep them consistent between now and Thanksgiving, and allow our drivers, allow our teachers, allow everybody time and energy to focus if we were to do it on November 30th.
Well, this is a tough call. We, the metric, or, whatever, the mitigation, whatever you call that, changed this afternoon. But, I want to make sure that, these are our most vulnerable students. Many of them cannot tell you if there's a problem. I just, I want to make sure, and that the parents are being well communicated with, because, if they have to bring them because there's not a bus, I don't know.
That's correct. And those things take a little bit of time. So I understand where you are coming from. Our team has spent time and energy with our surge parent group over the last week to week and a half, listening to concerns and trying to address them, both from that surge perspective and also from individual perspectives, and are working as hard as we can to make sure that we improve from there.
Okay. So, if you can do it, I'm just laying out what I see as challenges that I think really, we talk about being child-centered, and we know that these kids really need to be in the buildings, but we also have to do it in a way that really, just looks out for their really vulnerable needs. So.
Kara, it's Karen. I just have
Yeah.
one question.
Yeah.
So it's probably for Chris Welton. I'm just curious about our bus contract. So what is the contract stipulation if the drivers are not there?
Well, I just found out about this 4 o'clock, like Kevin. I got an email late in the afternoon. So I haven't talked to the bus company yet. I will call them in the morning to discuss it. I haven't heard of this.
Okay,
This is Cottage Hill, not for a student.
Right. And we've had good service with the companies.
We've had
And-
excellent service. Yep.
Pardon?
They are a
Excellent
small operation though. They don't
Correct.
have as big of a pool of drivers as First Student would have.
Well, I just encourage you to be honest with the challenges with the, it sounds like, I think, well, I haven't actually counted, but, I just think it's important to be honest with what the challenges are with the parents, so they know upfront, I don't really know what else to say. Just, I think always being honest and letting them know, what the challenges are. I think everybody's willing to, work through them, but just so they know.
So the board appears to be, if we can get them back on Thursday, I am not hearing anybody say, I do not, under any circumstances, want you to bring these special needs students back while we're in tier 3 mitigation. I mean, that's what I really needed to know, and I'm not hearing that. So
let me state that then. I'm not comfortable with you bringing all these students back on Thursday, November 19th. So I'll make that clear. Thank you.
I think what I am not comfortable with is that it sounds like maybe we're not thoroughly prepared with PPE and busing and those sorts of things to bring them back Thursday. I would, if they're, I don't know how parents would get a certain type of mask in that short period of time. And it sounds like because we just moved in today, that's a new requirement. So that's not giving families very much time. So I just want to make sure when they come back that we have all the safety concerns addressed. Everybody knows how it's going to work, that, their meetings and, they've discussed what's best for each student. Those are my concerns about bringing them back Thursday.
But I think if I'm understanding correctly, it's not about whether it's Thursday or November 30th. It's about whether you're comfortable bringing them back in this, whatever, tier 3. right? So, I'm not, clearly don't have a crystal ball, but November 30th could be tier 3. So I think that's the question that is being asked of us. And I think we all agree, if the proper precautions are in place in tier 3 to make that happen and to facilitate it, and the logistics and the equipment and the consultation with each individual family to make sure they're comfortable with what that scenario would be, and the buses, if that's all in place, whether it's Thursday or November 30th, we want these kids back in the building. Am I misunderstanding the question?
No, you're not. We can proceed with planning, and if we run into a few roadblocks, we can deal with that. We had set up November 19th, and that's certainly what we want to do. But if for some reason or another that gets pushed back and becomes unrealistic for whatever reason, the fact is that we will still likely be in tier 3 for a period of time. Should we proceed with the idea that we will bring those students back as soon as we can under these conditions with the COVID levels where they're at?
Yeah, and I will just say that in my position would be that as long as we as a district are ready logistically, conversationally with each family, that we have the equipment to proceed safely, then I would like to see us back. Tier 3 is not going to impact that for me, because we're going to be here for a while. So whether it's November 19th or November 30th or December 3rd, I would like to see us proceed with getting these kids, this population, back into our buildings.
I agree with that.
And I think I've hopefully made myself clear, is that I'm not in agreement with that. And I know we think that a day does not matter, but we've also said that information changes rapidly. So what's needed and what's not needed is not clear. We just got this information today from the governor. So I think there's a lot of things that are not clear. And a day or a week may change that. And I think it's not a purely we talked a lot about logistics, and there's other pieces. The reason that these logistics are important is because of safety. That is the key issue that we're trying to address here. It's safety. So that, I think, is what we're trying to get a handle on. And when we get a new piece of information today, it's very difficult to make a decision on, is this now a safe thing to do? Because we thought it was a week ago, because we had the information that said it was safe a week ago.
So Kara, two things, and I think I'm done, is Kevin, it sounds like you have been talking to the surge parents and individual parents. And so I'm making the assumption that this is how they want to proceed. First question, yes.
This decision about bringing we are calling these the phase 1 and phase 2 classrooms. This is exactly how we started the school year. So this has been a decision about the students who need to be in school. The conversations have been about remote learning, have been with Surge, have been about remote learning challenges and addressing those challenges, both with Surge and with individual families.
Okay, and the communication that is going to go out tomorrow morning, first thing, that gives the parents options to say, no, mitigation 3 went in effect. I'm not interested in moving forward, right? Isn't that what you said earlier? Just want clarification.
I will revise that. I mean, that I had written it actually before the governor's mitigation period. So.
Okay. And then lastly, I'm going to go back to Chris Welton. You might not know now, but I'm hoping that we are not, let's see, liable for expenses if we don't have bus drivers for our students.
Yes,
Thank you.
but I will discuss that with them tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, for me personally, I want you to move forward. I think that the tier 3 piece that happened this afternoon means we should be additionally cautious, and I don't think you should rush anything. Whether, if you have to wait till Friday or Monday or the 30th, but I mean, I obviously think these students should be heading back in. But I also think that you should make sure parents understand tier 3 safety precautions, etc. That's my take. But I mean, yeah. Anybody else? All right, does that give you?
Yes, me anyway.
All right, is there anything else in this? Because, sorry, Curly, before I jumped.
Well, there is. I have information about testing in here.
Okay.
I listed some of the districts. I added Glen Ellen to my notes here because they've recently entered into an agreement with this company. And I'm recommending for various reasons on here that if we do want to take a look at testing, that we take a look at it through this company as opposed to the University of Illinois. I think that this is a better option for us if we want to move in that direction. But we don't have to make that decision tonight. I'm suggesting that if we want to go to testing, that we could vote in December and work on getting contracts together and a formal proposal together between now and then with a lot more detail, a lot more information for you so that you could make a vote. The potential advantages would be reducing transmission, lowering community rates, allowing for some safer reopening and maybe briefer periods of shutdown and a little bit more timely identification for the purposes of isolation or quarantine. But there's really no hard and fast empirical research out there that's going to tell us that if we spend this much money, we're going to get X benefit. And I just think that that needs to be clear on the front end. It could be part of an overall strategy that could help us some, but it's not going to be a panacea. And I just think it's important to note that. But I did put down some preliminary ideas in case you're interested in having us pursue it further. And the idea was that the younger kids appear to be a little bit less likely to transmit to the degree that older kids are. Obviously, that's not ironclad or foolproof by any means, but if we were going to put our money, I guess if there's a finite amount of resources, where would you put your resources that would give you the most benefit? And that would be, I think, in the 6-12 grade levels. And so the idea would be that we would test all of our employees who agreed to enter the program and all of our athletes and all of our 6-12 students who agree to be in the program. And so I just estimated that number would be about 5,000. Again, these are just, very high level types of estimates. At $11 a test, what I thought, just as an initial concept, and again, if we secure some support from a medical group, we might be able to get a better idea on how to proceed to get the most benefit. But under this proposal, my thought was people come back after the holidays. You know, you've had the gatherings and all of that. If we're at a place where we want to try to restart school, it might seem to be that the months of January and February might be the months where it might be the most logical to do the testing. So I estimated a price tag of about $440,000 to test all of the people that I included in this pool once a week for 2 months. And that's just a starting point. I mean, the board could decide that it doesn't, want to go in this direction at all, or we could get some more information where the final proposal in December is looks a little bit different than this. Or we could also decide that we want to do more extensive testing or whatever. Those are decisions that we all get to make. There's no one answer to that. I just want to know if you think that you would like to proceed down the path of me bringing a proposal to the December board meeting for vote. Now, if Illinois goes to phase 3 or those types of things, we would have to tailor our contracts accordingly and things like that, so that we wouldn't necessarily be testing kids when they're not in school, or there could be other reasons why we make adjustments to this. But this is just an initial kind of concept to get the ball rolling, to see, do you want me to come back with something in December that would include a plan for testing?
Chris?
Yeah. So Dave, how does this structure work? So we agree to a certain amount up front, and that's a contract we enter into, or we enter into a partnership where if we conduct testing, we do it through them, and it's sort of a per test basis.
I think, well, it is a per test basis. I think they want about a month lead time because they have to get the enzyme in to make sure they can do all the tests that we're ordering. But there is some flexibility, and we don't have to commit to a certain amount. We just have to give them enough lead time to make sure that they can fulfill their end of the bargain.
Yeah, got it. So I think that testing can be and should be an important part of how we get kids back to school when transmission is at a lower level, right? And so, it should be a tool that we have available to us. I think it would give the community more confidence at that time. It would give our staff more confidence at that time, right? And, if we look forward, as I mentioned earlier, February, March, those types of timeframes, hopefully we're getting folks that have a high degree of exposure to COVID vaccinated by then, right? And I can envision a big push at that point in time to get kids back in school as quickly as possible. And I think having a widespread testing capability will be an important part of how we'd be able to achieve that for folks. So I definitely want it as a tool. And we'll have to discuss the financial, ramifications of that in terms of what we're committing to up front and whatnot as we go, but I'm in favor of it.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
in agreement. Sorry, in agreement. Yes, we need to explore testing further.
All right, Jim?
Thanks, Kara. I view testing as perhaps a strategic tool and perhaps the biggest waste of money the school district has ever spent. And it's all a matter of how it's designed. And I would want this, I'm interested in hearing about testing from, again, a qualified medical professional, an infectious disease specialist, about how they would design a testing plan for the district. And I'd love to hear from the testing company, but just a few months ago, we didn't have the resources to take kids' temperatures at school. So we came up with this self-certification plan. But now all of a sudden we have the resources for an enormous testing program that, if used effectively, might cut down transmission rates. If used ineffectively, is just burning cash. So instead, we can't design the system ourselves. It's absolutely foolish. We need an expert to do so.
Well, Jim, I'm not, there is some research out there. I don't know that we're ever going to have the quantity of testing that we would need to get to the level that some of these other major institutions or organizations are spending on testing. And that's one of the barriers we face. And so if we were going to do it, I agree with you totally that we want to get the advice to try to make sure that we have a program in place that has the type of impact that justifies the investment. I think the analogy to the temperature taking is a little bit not exactly why we moved in a different direction there. But in this case, I think that it's a very good point that we want to design something that's going to be impactful. And if we're going to spend that much money, so we should get the type of advice we need to make sure that it's as effective as possible. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Jim. Just on, the thought in my head was you could use testing as a way to accelerate getting kids back into school once we get to a brighter place. And that would be money well spent, if we're using it effectively at that time. So I agree that we need to have advice from someone in that field on how to maximize the impact of it.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. It sounds like we're on the same page here with that. I mean, this is a disease that many physicians say that you can test too early. It's a matter of your viral load. You can be infected for a few days and not have a viral load that is enough to register a positive test. And a few days later, you would test positive. Now, I'm not a physician. I don't even play one on TV. I just want the correct specialty of physician to guide us through how to design a testing program properly, so we spend the taxpayers' money well if we decide to go with testing. And also maybe even bring in somebody with an alternate view that testing is unnecessary. I'd love to hear both sides of the perspective.
I think you hit on some of the problems with the testing. I mean, it's problematic. It's not clear cut. So I understand. Whatever I bring back in December would allow for the flexibility that, maybe we would be in maybe an arrangement with this organization to, sort of be the partner to meet our needs as we see that, as we decide what it is we want or need. We may not have to have anything definitive in December. I'll work on putting something together that seems to fit with what the board's thoughts are on this particular issue.
I just had one question quickly. I know that's one of the concerns for some of the districts that are doing this was compliancy and families volunteering to do it. So while we're thinking about this, maybe in one of our surveys that we do coming up, could we ask that question, who would be interested in taking part in something like this if we were able to do it, and see what our level of participation would be like?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We'll take that. I don't know exactly which one here, just because of we have to recalibrate and figure out tomorrow, but that's a good point.
Yeah, just, maybe sometime between now and then. Thanks, Dave.
I think that if, you come back with, for us to talk about it in December, if somebody from their company could come and talk to us, whoever you end up, because they would be able to answer questions.
Yeah, the person who designed the test is willing to come back and talk to you guys anytime. Or not design the test, but the person who I guess started the company that is using this process locally is willing to come and talk to you anytime. I just didn't want him to come and talk to you about anything until I had an idea where your thoughts were on it.
But I also like opposing or like, somebody else that isn't maybe from, that like, just so you have a well-rounded view. How's that? But it seems like the consensus is we want to have Dave come back with more information on it. Is that a fair assessment? Yes.
Yes, with the objective of this helps us move toward in-person transitions smoother,
Yes.
more effectively.
Maybe
for
staying
certain.
in person.
There you go, that too. Otherwise, waste of money, waste of effort.
Okay.
Well, I think just like with everything else, it's a tool. Dave's right. It's not like the end all be all answer, and an effective tool that we can use to assess where we're at. I mean, it's one of the factors that we're listing in our new metrics to determine whether we're remote or hybrid. So I think that it's an effective tool that, if done correctly, I agree is important. But I think Beth's point is really good. If a survey question comes back and only half our population is willing to participate, then I don't know how effective that tool then is. I'm worried about that. I don't think that's what's going to come back, but I think that certainly should be a factor. Because I agree with Jim, like the test is only as good as the day you take it, right? Like it's, you might not be testing positive today, but tomorrow you would. So I think that's why consistent testing, not just randomly, has to be part of it. So it would be good to know how big of the community would be willing to participate in that, and staff as well, because if none of them want to either, then we have 1,500 people integrated with our 8,000 students that we're mixing cohorts basically.
Yeah, if I can add to this, that in children the rate of even having symptoms is low. The fatality rate is minuscule. I would think we're testing so that we minimize the chance of transmission to the adults in the school district. So we need to ask ourselves, is our money better spent on PPE and making sure that we're doing all the right things to minimize the transmission possibilities in the classroom and in our buildings and on our grounds?
So, yeah, and I think you're right. The idea, it's a tool. And in these uncertain times, we need tools to understand what we're up against. There's a lot of things that we think we know right now that may change drastically. It is, I think Dave just mentioned the increase in the number of youth that had the disease and were transmitting it. That was new information. That wasn't anything that we knew back in June or May. So there's a lot of pieces of information that are changing, and we need to be open and adaptable. That's what I think I hear us talking about. And if this tool gives us some additional flexibility or mitigates some of the risk, then I think it's worth looking into.
Yes.
All
I
right,
just
so
think
I'll
that
come
we
back
have
in
to
December then.
Communications.
Okay, so Next is the in-person remote interest survey.
Yeah, Mary Ann, can you just let us know what's going on? That survey is going out tomorrow.
Yes, so it's not a survey for all families. What we are doing is we are targeting families of students who are currently fully remote to find out if they would be interested in returning to in-person learning in second semester. So it's more of a form. It's really one question, and that is basically ready to go out when we are ready.
Okay. All right. Anything? Then SCF, social emotional support for students.
Well, there's a Thrive D205 item under superintendent's report. And there's been a lot of people talking about mental health issues and social emotional related issues. And our schools and our student services people have been looking at strategies to make sure that we support our families, both by what we do internally and how we help them access external resources. So I just, as part of the overall COVID report, I just wanted to give Kevin a chance to just give a high level overview of some of the things that we're doing. I think that some people question sometimes if we're addressing this or taking this part of it seriously. And so I thought to have it addressed publicly as part of one of these presentations would be appropriate.
Yep, so all of that is in your board packet for this evening. And I won't go into a great amount of detail additionally on that. What I will say is that each of our schools are equipped with a full scale team of people who are working on mental health issues. We have asked and required our special education teachers and case managers to provide an extra individual check-in as we have gone to remote learning. During the early part of this week, we are going to be sending a letter to all parents and families to identify additional students who may be in need of additional support. So that they will be able to identify. So for example, Dave could say that his kids need some additional check-ins and that sort of thing. And then we are also doing a universal screener. So what a universal screener looks like is that for all students, they will answer a series of questions for us. And it will give us information about how they are actually, if they're at higher risk for depression and anxiety across the board. And then our school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers are working during the day tomorrow to develop a plan for how to triage those results. One of the things that we heard from our surge group last week is that we were reminded about from our surge group last week was that every single building needs to have a strong culture and that students need to be reminded of that culture more so when we are in remote learning. So for example, whether it's the principal coming on every morning and welcoming students to the day, or something along those lines, every building needs to have a culture built in. And so we're instituting school-focused culture building activities that will support students to feel like they're connected to the building and their grade level when they're logging in remotely. And we are going to continue to expand our social emotional learning supports that can be done by every professional in the building. So when there is a little bit of extra time during the day, during a class period or whatever, that those can be pushed out there. One of the things that a board member asked prior to the board meeting was about what we're specifically doing to connect students with co-curricular activities and those sorts of things. And that has been a concerted effort that we've made across the board to make sure that students are connected with co-curricular activities, to make sure that every student is connected with their school. And then if you'll recall, when we were talking about bringing students back, we were prioritizing students not only in the early grades and for students with disabilities, but we specifically focused on those students who were in 6th and 9th grade so that they could get additional in-person learning time and additional time to get acquainted with the building. So with all of that being said, and I've said this before, and Dr. Moyer talked about this a little bit, it has to be said that our schools are one part of this mental health puzzle. And so the mental health focus that we're one part of a mental health network of people, and we need to help our families to understand that there are multiple resources and multiple avenues that people can enter this system into. And so there are community resources that that are always available to families and that we want our families to stay connected to. So I will pause there and take any questions if you have them.
Beth?
Just have one thing to say, and maybe this is more for Scott and Nikki, who are going to be working with large groups of our staff over the next couple days. I just to let them know that, you know, we have staff, many staff that are doing small things for their students that maybe they think of as just a small gesture that's part of their teaching day, but that make a really huge difference to our students. So we heard about one student teacher tonight who delivered plants to grow in the kids' houses and be able to take part in that project at home. I know there have been teachers who found a really fun way to deliver some supplies to kids, and the kids were just, I mean, blown away when they saw their teacher that day. I know there's coaches that are reaching out to groups of kids and spending a little extra time connecting with them. So although those things might seem small to our teachers, they're making a huge impact on our kids and really help them feel cared for and have that connection. So please just let the teachers know what a big difference that makes, and to just continue to do those things along the way. And that's it. Thank you.
Beth, I really appreciate you saying that. Sorry, Scott, if I interrupted you, but I know that many of our teachers are listening right now, and I know that that's going to mean a lot to them. And I would also encourage, if you guys tweet or have ways of you know, connecting through social media, that our teachers would be so appreciative and thrilled to hear those words and similar sentiments. So thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
Okay. All right. What's next? The parent and student survey results.
Yes, this is from the last survey that we sent out on remote learning or hybrid learning, and as part of us getting feedback and structuring future professional learning, making any adjustments to our instructional approaches, et cetera. And so RJ, if you could bring that up, that presentation up, Scott and Mary Ann can give you an overview of some.
So this is Mary Ann. I'm actually not going to walk through each and every slide. There is a summary in the board packet, and I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, and then I'm going to hand to Scott, and he'll talk a little bit about how we are responding to some of the information that we gathered. So the survey was of students, staff, and parents, students 6-12. The questions that we asked this time around were a little bit more focused on relationships, the kinds of supports that students are getting, workload, assignments. We also asked specifically about Wednesdays, so it was a little bit more in depth than the initial survey, which was really just how are things going. We did have a follow-up question like that though, which just asked overall, how are things going? In general, we see that people rate on a scale of 1 to 5 a little bit lower than they did before, but still in the sort of 3 range. And we see similar patterns to what we typically see, which is that parents of younger students tend to be more positive, parents of older students tend to be more negative, and similarly with students. We see that students, parents, and staff are really positive about students being able to get help and ask questions when they need it. Folks are a little bit less positive about some other aspects of working in the environment that we're working in. About, for example, teachers noticing specifically if students are having trouble, and I think also about just sometimes it being a little bit more difficult for staff and students to get to know one another. Wednesdays, parents overwhelmingly would like for that to be a regular attendance day, and students and staff prefer to use those days for additional support rather than typical instruction. We did have some open-ended items. We asked parents what's one aspect of learning that they need support with. Most of the answers were not about specific supports needed other than just wanting more in-person school. Staff, the main thing that they said in their open-ended responses about supports was really speaking to some of the challenges that they're facing in working with students who are in person, and then those who remain at home as well. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any specific questions about the survey, but I know that it's late. So I'm going to hand it to Scott and let him.
Sure. Thanks, Marianne. I'll talk through a few of the points that Marianne shared and a little bit of some of the action items related to the survey results already. Regarding the parents having feedback related to, related to students having feedback related to feedback and the number of assignments and teachers getting to know students. As we mentioned, tomorrow's remote learning professional day is going to focus heavily on instructional planning. There will be some additional areas of focus around student collaboration, and we have built an activity for the staff to have conversations in an informal setting to talk about lesson plans that went well or that staff can share with one another to help with some of that student-to-student collaboration piece, as well as the opportunity for students to get to know each other even more. In terms of students having feedback around teachers noticing if they're having trouble, we are looking into time for intervention in grades 6-8, and we're hoping that that will address some of the feedback. We had a large portion of middle schoolers who addressed that as a concern, and we think the intervention possibility will help with that. Kind of unrelated but related, we did specify some expectations with regard to live video and asking and strongly encouraging that students have video on, which could be a sensitive topic. And we've built in some guidance for staff and families in case there is a reasoning for that sensitivity to have that addressed in an appropriate way with the teacher, which is completely understandable. The staff is expressed struggling with getting to know students' interests, Marianne said, and I can attest to the hard work the staff is doing just from visiting classrooms from the hallway when we were in person, and also just visiting Zoom sessions and seeing what's taking place. And we've talked about it before, but just the desire of the staff to get to know their students just shows that they value the relationship piece. We heard it tonight in the example with Katie McDonough, as Ms. Hostler exemplified as well. And I think that's happening all over the place. And I think it's been really difficult to adjust to that in that setting. We do have, as Kevin shared, several teams tomorrow focusing more on some of the SEL related work, specifically feeling that sense of belonging, both in the school when you're physically there and when you're potentially remotely there. But then also for teachers, the idea of building out activities for teachers to be able to, sort of pick from in terms of a menu, given the high degree of planning that they're already doing. We've adjusted the Wednesday schedule, both at the middle school and high school, and we're constantly reviewing additional opportunities to have schedule improvements. In terms of the simultaneous teaching, those concerns are very real. And we have looked into the technical side to help with that. We had some microphones purchased. The iPads are arriving or being configured. And we have some major improvements taking place with the process for software requests. And we hope to have that shared out soon, as well as a lot of organization taking place with our digital resources to make it way easier for the staff to be able to find the tools that we have that aren't perfect, but definitely will help as we adjust to the different changing ways of teaching. And we're doing all that on a constant basis. So never really settling, but constantly looking at the survey feedback, trying to apply it to the learning for the staff, and trying to make sure that it's cyclical.
All right, thanks, Scott. Thanks, Nikki. Does anybody have any questions or anything? All right, well, I just want to say that as, oh, sorry, go ahead, Courtney.
No, that's all right. I truly appreciate all of the fact that we're taking the feedback and we're actually like taking actionable steps. I think that is one of the things that frustrates, I'll say it, me as a parent and us as a community, right? Like we see these trends and it takes us a while to get to making changes. And I think that, Scott, you've said something in the past that like you don't want to make a knee-jerk change that we might then, the domino effect of what that could mean, we didn't anticipate. So I appreciate the pause to reflect. But I do think that we have to balance that with wasting time, which this year in general has been a struggle, and I don't feel like we can waste any more time. So I appreciate these surveys that help us see the numbers they speak volumes, right? There's very strong trends. There's consistency in the questions that you're asking, and people are giving specific feedback. So I'm very happy to hear that you are taking steps to make changes based on that. How quickly does that happen, and how disruptive is it to change things in the middle of a semester or a year? And how hard is it for the administration? How hard is it for the teachers? And how much change do you see happening between the end of this semester and the beginning of next one? How different will it look when we start back in January?
In terms of the schedule?
Yeah, I think the schedule is one thing. I know that, the middle school schedule has been talked about, the high school schedule has been talked about. So will it look different next year? And more to the point about I think the surveys are very helpful for you and for the community to see what's going great, because let me just say, I think there's a lot of things going really well, and the administration and the teachers don't get enough credit for the things that are going really well. So what's going really well, that's why I think these surveys are important for the community to see that there is a lot of things going really well. But it's also important for them to know that you recognize when things aren't going well and you're adapting and changing to that.
Yeah, I mean, for clarity, we basically function with the mindset that things are never going well. So we're constantly improving things. And I think that is a deficit, and we need to highlight things way more and share out those celebrations. In terms of 6-8, we are looking at time for intervention enrichment on a daily daily basis if we can find it and build it in. We've received a lot of feedback regarding some sort of a break period, whether it be snack related when in person or even just, to catch a breath when you're at home in a remote setting for a student. We are having some challenges in terms of social distancing when it comes to planning for larger numbers of students that may choose to return. So we're working on finding really creative ways to potentially, either reallocate portions of time in the schedule or restructure. Like PE, for example, is one conversation that we're going to have with teachers tomorrow around, how can we get creative with our daily schedule and the weekly schedule as well, if we need to. In terms of 9/12, we are looking at opportunities for additional minutes. The mandatory Wednesday attendance is likely to continue on. And then also just trying to find that consistency. One of the challenges with the survey results and in terms of applying them is that we oftentimes do have a split. We've had a lot of student feedback that will say one thing and they'll have a parent population that says something else. So it's a real opportunity for us to really kind of get more feedback to sort of triangulate that to make sure that if we're making a decision that it's, as you mentioned, not disruptive and paced out, but also done in a way that, doesn't waste time. So in terms of what it will look like in the second semester, that's still in progress. I think we can see some more minutes. I don't know that it'll be a massive amount of minutes, but I think it'll be more meaningful minutes. And then I think we'll see some more of those opportunities for the intervention piece, which I think will be a really great step.
Thank you.
I have a question for Scott. Do you feel that we can do something to increase the percentage of, especially students, but parents as well, that responded to this survey? I mean, we've got, 10% of the students and 18% of parents. This was the second survey that went out, which I did respond to as a parent and had my daughter, answer the questions that were directed at her. But the first survey that went out, just going through Power School, that exceeded my technical capabilities. And I was unable to respond. I finally figured it out for number 2. But is there an easier format that we can use that would get a higher response rate?
I can speak if you want, Scott. So we could put out a Google form that would be anonymous. I suppose we could do that. We would like to use the Power School forms for more things because they allow us to tie the data to kids without having to hope that parents know student ID numbers or enter them correctly and things like that. So I suppose we could do more reminders. I suppose we could do more, different types of reminders. We could try to work through building principles more and have them put information in their newsletters. These are all things that we can do to try to increase response rates. I will say that I don't think we've done any kind of survey other than the one this summer where we were asking people to make a choice, where we've gotten anything, above like 30%. So I'm not sure, regardless of all the things we do, what our top level response rate, might be. But I do expect parents to be able to log into Power School and, be able to get to these forms pretty quickly. So, maybe that's something we need to work on more and making sure that schools communicate how to do that.
Yeah,
And Jim, I think there's some ad campaign opportunities for us. We can pump it out through principal newsletters, provide some supportive language with that too. I think that, there's some pieces of like low hanging fruit in terms of us just constantly, improving it.
Yeah, with some very clear instructions about, how to get to the spot within Power School that the survey is located. And I asked that question in the context of this Wednesday issue. And I realized that, I was certainly a cheerleader for having instruction time on Wednesday. And then I looked at 86% of high school kids, thought that Wednesdays allowed them to get extra help from teachers. And you think, was I advocating for the wrong thing? Why, maybe I should have been advocating, let's ask the kids. I don't know. And so I ask you to, look at that question, more deeply, and what is the balance between getting extra help from teachers versus instruction time? I certainly don't know the right answer.
And just kind of following on to what Jim's saying, I feel like, we're having to make so many adjustments and as we go along, and making surveys quick and simple, hopefully we'll get more response, because I think, when we sit here as a board and go to make decisions, I want as much of a representation of the community, the school community or the level or the students, whoever we're trying, as we can. I really like data to make decisions. And I just feel like, it's easy to, I have my own perspective from my experience, but I want to know what other people's perception is and what they're experiencing, so that we make really informed decisions. So I know that's a big ask, but if I think too, it shows our community a real time. It's like to me, it's a real time survey. Here's the question, boom, boom, boom. We're trying to, we make the adjustment, and if possible, and move forward. So that's just kind of building on to what Jim said, I think, sort of.
Well, and Kara,
Karen.
yeah, I'll add to that is, as we try to increase the number of responses, if we can tie it to, we hear a lot of things that maybe are not going so great. And if this is our avenue for that voice to be heard, for changes to be made, can we more clearly make that connection? And then, because, to me, it's like, okay, is it the survey? Is it the responses we get? And you all know, we look at it all, but can we make that clearer? Like, this is the avenue for it, if it's addressing those issues, understanding that sometimes it's individual issues. And I'll go back to thanking you all, and Scott, you highlighted it, the process. If there's individual issues, start at the classroom first, build it up to the building administrator, bring it to superintendent, it gets to the board, because then we know we've exhausted all possibilities. So I want to look at it from a bigger picture, but also try to funnel people into what are the best ways to get things resolved, individually, as well as when we're looking at the whole district and saying, if something needs to change, if something's not working, here's our avenue, these surveys. And to Courtney's point, thanks, Scott and team, because you'll always say that, which is true, that you are making adjustments, and then it's the continuous improvement process.
Okay, thanks, Karen. All right, anything else? Looks like we're moving forward. Okay, so that wraps up COVID discussion. It's almost 11 o'clock. All right, we have superintendent's consent agenda. And before I ask for a motion, is there an item that anyone would like to pull?
I say I'm to pull item F.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, could I have a motion then for superintendent's consent agenda minus item F, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Board of Education approves consent agenda items as followed: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, bid approval, mini mill EDU; D, approval of Foundation 205 donation; E, school psychologist agreement.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Courtney, second by Beth. Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes. 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, item F. Can we have a motion, I guess? Yeah.
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2021 amended administrator contract for Bev Redmond.
I second.
Okay. Dave, could you give a little info on that and for us?
Well, I think, so I think Luke sent an email out recently that this has to be displayed or publicly announced for like 6 days before it's voted on or something like that. And Luke, I'm not completely aware of the rationale or reasons behind that, but essentially the reason that this is on here, just so that you know, because we would like to bring it back in December for the vote. So I think we're going to have to kill this and table it and then, you know, bring it back. Is that she is in a situation where due to her salary adjustment and due to the way IMRF calculates its annual earnings, and if we collapsed an administrative salary tier last year, and that put her into a range where her salary was increased more than CPI, and that ended up having some IRF ramifications for some complicated reasons. And what we were asking is just that money, instead of her losing what would have gone to her retirement, just gets put into a private retirement account. But Luke, can you give a couple details on that? And then, you know, the goal would be that we bring this back on the 15th, and we'll just have it on consent, and hopefully everything that we have to do to satisfy the legal pieces of it are you know, not going to be a question.
Yeah, so I mean, as Dave stated, I mean, this isn't, and just so you know, this isn't the first time that District 205 has done this for an administrator who have exceeded their wage earnings cap. And so this isn't unusual, but an IMRF employee, as what Bev is in that retirement system, there's a wage earnings cap for that individual and annually. And that excess amount, as Dave said, instead of them losing that, it just goes into a 403B account. And that's just per IMRF regulations for a tier 2 employee.
Okay, so then just to clarify, tonight we cannot vote because it needed to be up for 6 days. Is that correct?
Correct. Per legal, it has to be posted for a minimum of 6 days before action is taken.
Okay, so I will not call for a vote, but are there any other questions before we move on to the next agenda item? Okay, thanks for the, oh, sorry.
If we had a motion, do we have to change that motion?
I think, well,
I think we can just make a motion that we hold that.
I think
so-
you can say that you want to table it until December
Yes.
15th.
Right, but we just need to close it off, yeah.
so do I call for a vote for that or just say I'm tabling that till December?
Yeah, I think we just say we can table that to December.
We'll table the motion until December for that item. All right. Okay, so we are on to then superintendent's agenda action items, approval of district metrics for hybrid and remote learning.
Well, I don't know if you recall, but we talked about this tonight for a while. So I don't know that there'll need to be a lot of discussion related, after we make the motion. But it is just simply, the item is just simply the motion to approve the revised metrics that include local indicators as part of the overall system.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
I move that the board move to approve the D205 metrics and factors for decisions on hybrid remote learning substantially in the form presented by the superintendent with such revisions recommended by qualified health professionals and approved by the superintendent.
I second.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, Jenna, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, the motion passes. All right, next is superintendent's communication, Thrive D205 update.
Well, we've been talking so much about the start of school. We haven't talked about Thrive D205 a lot, but we are beginning to revisit the work that started last year. And in this particular case, we're starting with some continued work on social emotional wellness. And there will be some continued sessions that are going to be advertised to the public related to the distance learning playbook for parents and some social emotional learning sessions that are going to be that our student services people are going to work on developing along with a person that has some expertise also in this area and is going to contribute to helping us in the planning process. And so I just wanted to just reference that. We started it out last Monday with Michael Horn. I know several of you were on the call or on the Zoom meeting. Michael's pretty nationally renowned with his innovation work that he's done with Clay Christensen at Harvard. But his latest book was on choosing college. And I thought that based on our speaker last year, Julie Lithcott-Hames, and the fact that a lot of people are concerned about how this particular phase of education is impacting their children and their college searches, and how that relates to a lot of people's increased angst and anxiety, that it was particularly appropriate that we use him to kind of get the spotlights sort of back on some of these efforts and see if there are some ways that we can support some of our parents. So, the memo speaks for itself and many of you participated, but my main point in wanting to put this on here is to let you know that there's more to come and that this will become more at the forefront and also then start to be the umbrella that supports where we go next with some of the equity work.
Thank
I
you.
just want to give a quick shout out. I did listen on the Zoom, and thank you, Bev, for putting it all together and the Thrive committee, because I thought he was not only a great presenter, but had great information for not just the college, high school parents thinking about college, but for all levels. So I really, big shout out, because he really was such an engaging and just a great speaker all around. I wish we could have had him for more than an hour and a half.
You are welcome, and to the entire community. Thrive D205 has a lot more in store going throughout the year, as Dave has mentioned, but we were very happy to put our elbow grease to it, apart from everything else that's going on, and really get some important information to families.
Okay, thanks. Anything else on that? All right. Item B, Freedom of Information Act requests.
Okay, special education information granted, guest speaker information granted, reach appeal information, records exempt denied, communication on hybrid to remote information, pre-decisional denied, findings on grievance information granted, NAP information, no responsive records, students grade information granted, student count by town information granted, public comment information, no responsive records. Those were our FOIAs. And then the last one that we have is Tweet of the Week, which is Bev's turn.
All right. I believe that's coming to the screen shortly with RJ. Thank you, RJ. We very happy to present tonight Tweet of the Week, as we do at every board meeting. This week, we're going by Jefferson Elementary and giving and shining some light on Christina Pedraza, the principal there, and also doing dual recognition for one of her teachers on staff, Ms. Darley. Showing some encouragement, showing some kindness, making sure that students matter, not only from the academic standpoint, but from an SEL standpoint, making sure that they're valued. The tweet says, awesome idea at @Miss_Darley. Love how this continues the joy of encouraging students to do the same. #Ignite D205, which is our grouping mechanism that we use on Twitter to pull together all of the great things that are happening. #Kindness Matters, #joy, #connecting happiness. And if you look down into the tweet just a little bit more, Ms. Darley began writing happygrams to mail to her students individually, and she has encouraged them, once they have been happygrammed, to continue to spread that joy along and send a note on to a friend or a family member. Again, passing on those connections, and she can't wait to see how far the positivity reaches. So it reached us, and we certainly do appreciate it tonight. It's a great way to come to a close on this particular meeting and know that kindness still does matter, even in this extreme time. Kindness matters.
Thank you. That's a great way to end. All right, we have board communications. Board members present reports or share information with the full board.
All right. Yes. So this is Margaret, and I wanted to give an update on the Illinois Association of School Boards resolution. There was a vote that was taken last Saturday, the 14th, and I want to go through a couple pieces here. First, I want to talk a little bit about the timeline process for how these resolutions come into play, so we can go through and understand that. In the April timeframe, typically individual Board of Educations can submit that resolution. Sometime in August, the ISB creates a resolution committee, and they meet and they make the recommendations on how that, whether they believe that these resolutions are should be adopted or not. Typically in September or October, all of the resolutions are shared with the district, and then again in November, which happened this last Saturday at 10 a.m., the delegates from all districts vote. There were approximately 273 no, I apologize, 200. It increased. There were 289 delegates that participated in the votes. How the voting works here: all the items that the IASB Resolution Committee agree upon are adopted and put on a consent agenda, very much like we're familiar with in our Board of Agenda. Items can be pulled off the consent agenda. If they do, they're up for individual vote. Any item, now this is a little different, any item that the IASB resolution committee does not recommend be adopted, they are not voted on unless someone specifically makes an appeal for a vote. And then there has to be a majority. So how this plays out, what the IASB resolution committee recommended. If you will recall, there was some community interest, particularly around resolution number 2. So what the resolution committee adopted was number 5 that talked about teacher shortage, number 6, which talked about e-learning election day, and a resolution that was on local county control for the pandemic. They called it Resolution 7. There were 8 new resolutions, so that means there were 3 that were adopted, so there were 5 that were not adopted, recommended by the IASB. The first one, the loan program, was not adopted by the IASB committee. The gun storage was not adopted. School report cards, pre-K learning, and local control of the pandemic. There were 2 local control of the pandemic, and they thought they were repetitive, and therefore they only adopted 1. There was also reaffirmation of some existing beliefs, such as, the district participating in state charters, financing of state charter schools. There was a belief statement. There has never been anything before about equity in the IASB, and that was adopted by the IASB to integrate principles of equity and inclusion. So that's what was adopted by the IASB. What I want to report on is how the votes turned out for this. And so on the consent agenda were item number 6, which talked about the e-learning election day. The consent agenda included some of the reaffirming the existing beliefs around the charter schools, and it also included the belief statement about equity. So essentially all of the initial resolutions got pulled that were approved. So 5 that was approved got pulled, and 7 got pulled from the consent agenda. How the voting turned out: item number 1, which was about the loan program, was not considered. When it's not considered, that means there was no vote taken. Number 2, which was the gun storage, which there was a lot of community questions about. There was a vote, it did get appealed. There was a vote taken of the delegates on whether or not it should be voted on and it should be considered. It did not pass for consideration. There were 57% of that 289 who voted not to consider it, and 43 voted to consider it, and therefore there was no vote on that, whether it should be part of the resolutions. Item 3, there was no appeal and there was therefore no vote. Item number 4, which was about pre-K teacher licensure, it was essentially they wanted to have specific language about what that licensure would look like. There was a vote there was a vote on whether this should be considered or not. It did not pass. Again, the split was 57% of the population voted no, that it should not be considered, it should not be part of the IASB adoption of procedures, and therefore the other 43% were voted on it. There was an alternate resolution that was proposed from the IASB Resolution Committee, specifically on the pre-K teacher licensure. And they said instead of requiring certain certificates or certain classes instead that they would recommend. And that alternate resolution did pass with a vote of 84 yes and 16 no. Item number 5, which was about the teacher shortage and how they need to press for getting more teachers into the system, passed on a vote of 91 for yes and 9. Item number 7, which was on local control of the pandemic or regional control, passed on 89 yes and 11 no. The deletions of the amendments, they all passed on 98% to no 2. I think that is in general the information. Again, I know for our district, there were community members who were most interested in that resolution number 2 about gun storage, requiring that gun storage be mandated up to 18, or asking them. There's an existing bill in the Illinois Senate, and some of the discussion around that was, again, that this is not something that the IASB wanted to spend their dollars lobbying for, that instead it would be something that the state legislature would pass. And so there was that will not be considered. So that is a very quick update. If people have specific questions or want some clarification on anything that was covered, I certainly can provide that. I also want to note that both the discussions, there were 2 separate discussion sessions that lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours long. They are available on the IASB website, as well as the actual recorded vote. So you can go through and look at that information if you have any additional questions. So I open it if there's any questions or comments, or if not, we can move forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Margaret. All right, I don't see any other questions. So we have 2 upcoming meetings scheduled. December 15th, 2020, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. And January 12th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock. So hopefully over the next week and a half, everyone gets some time to rest and recharge. So thank you, everybody. Have a great Thanksgiving. Bye. Adjourned.